very senior officers, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. As earlier announced, we have headsets and there are translations in the following languages. Channel 1 is English, Channel 2 is French, Channel 3 Spanish, and Channel 4 Portuguese. So for the benefit of our distinguished invited guests, the ushers will be going around with the headsets for interpretation. In case you're in need of any, please just indicate as they will pass same to you, sir. Thank you very much. Icons of the Navy, very senior officers, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, announcing the arrival of the Chief Host, the Chief of the Naval Staff, Nigeria, Vice Admiral Idi Abbas, Admiralty Medal. You're most welcome, sir. You may please be seated, sir. The Chief Host, the Chief of the Naval Staff, Nigeria, Vice Admiral Idi Abbas, Admiralty Medal, members of the Diplomatic Corps, heads of navies and coast guards from allied nations, icons of the Nigerian Navy, principal staff officers from Defense and Services Headquarters here present, flag officers commandants of tri-service institutions, commanders and commanding officers of military establishments here present, captains of industry and friends of the Navy, officers and men of the Nigerian Navy, as well as friendly nations here present, distinguished invited guests, esteemed members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Chief of the Naval Staff, civilian staff, and ratings of the Nigerian Navy, I most welcome us to the Eco Convention Center, venue for the Day 2 of the 2026 Sea Power for Africa Symposium, themed Leveraging Technology for Enhanced Maritime Security. I am Lieutenant L.K. Gotodok, the Master of Ceremony for this session. The Chief of the Naval Staff, sir, very senior officers, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Without any further ado, we shall be going straight into the business of the day, which will be the third strategic session. This session is anchored around a 30-minute discourse by three expert discussants in a panel, and each will be taking 10 minutes focusing on relevant areas of the sub-team. Without any further ado, please permit me to introduce our moderator for this session. And our moderator for this session is no other person than Vice Admiral A.Z. Gambo, retired. He is a highly distinguished admiral and the 23rd Chief of the Naval Staff of the Nigerian Navy. He is an accomplished underwater warfare officer and holds a Master's of Science degree in Transport Management. Please join me as I most respectfully welcome Vice Admiral A.Z. Gambo, retired, to the stage. Welcome, sir. To join the moderator on the stage is the first discussant in the person of Rear Admiral Said Zabaki. Rear Admiral Said Zabaki is a highly distinguished naval scholar and currently the Deputy Inspector of the Royal Moroccan Navy. He is a multilingual and a graduate of the Royal Naval Academy in Casablanca and attained the flag rank of Rear Admiral in July 2025. You are highly welcome, sir. Also joining on the stage as a discussant is Vice Admiral Monday Lubese. Vice Admiral Monday Lubese was appointed the Chief of the South African Navy in November 2022 and holds a qualification in naval communication. Once again, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, may I most respectfully crave your indulgence to welcome on stage Vice Admiral Monday Lubese, Chief of the Naval Staff, South Africa. And to complete our panelists for this third strategy session is Professor Aikut Olsa. Professor Aikut is a multidisciplinary scholar. He is a world-renowned naval architect and the Nippon Foundation Professorial Chair at the World Maritime University in Sweden. He is currently the Director of Research and Head Maritime Energy Management at the prestigious World Maritime University in Sweden. Please join me once again as I welcome Professor Olsa to the stage. I shall now most humbly hand over to the moderator in the person of Vice Admiral A.Z. Gambo, retired, to preside over the segment. Sir.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony. Well, I want to start by first recognizing and appreciating the Chief of the Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Idi Abbas, Admiralty Medal, for finding this panel, worthy of being part of history of our 70th anniversary. I would like to recognize the heads of navies and coast guards from Africa and across the globe. They are most welcome once again. I also want to recognize our forebearers, icons of the Navy, former Chiefs of Defense Staff, and former Chiefs of the Naval Staff here present. I want to recognize stakeholders and sponsors of this all-important event. I want to also recognize the principal staff officers and all general officers commanding from the Navy and other services here present, other senior officers, members of the Fourth Estate of the Rim, that here I can see in Dachi there, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Now, today we will be discussing as one of the sub-teams of the theme of this symposium, we'll be discussing strategies for improved emerging technology adoption in maritime security. I will just quickly, conscientize us further that, of course, it holds true that maritime security in the 21st century is increasingly shaped by emerging technologies, changing economic patterns, complex and asymmetric threats such as piracy, crude oil theft, trafficking, maritime terrorism, illegal unregulated and unreported fishing. These challenges are pronounced in our maritime commons. The transnational nature of some of these threats behoves on African navies to move beyond traditional platforms and embrace emerging technologies for effective maritime security operations. In order to integrate technology with skilled manpower to effectively achieve maritime dominance, deliberate and sustained capacity building is critical towards addressing threats within our maritime domain. Again, capacity building itself is not limited to the development of human, but also refers to institutional and technological capabilities required for effective performance. While human capacity development involves training, education, technical expertise, institutional capacity drives doctrine, policies, and organizational frameworks. Technological capacity refers to acquisition and effective utilization of modern systems. Of course, as we all know, while key technologies shaping model naval operations include artificial intelligence, unmanned system, maritime domain awareness, cybersecurity systems, big data analytics, and Internet of Things. I will stop here and allow our panelists, very capable panelists, to expose more on their sub-teams, sub-teams, of this subject matter of discourse. I will start to my left by inviting the representative of the Moroccan Chief of the Naval Staff to give us his perspective on this matter. Thank you. You have 10 minutes, sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished heads of navies and coast guards, ladies and gentlemen, I am Rear Admiral Said Ziba, Deputy Inspector for Royal Moroccan Navy. It's a great honor to address the distinguished Assembly at the 6th Sea Power of Africa Syposium 2026. allow me first to extend Morocco's sincere congratulations to the Nigerian Navy on its 70 years of operational excellence. My presentation will go through today's maritime threats, then the value of emerging technologies, the global policy landscape. After that, we'll talk about Morocco's sovereign framework, our real operational capabilities, and a conclusion built around the winning equation for Africa. And after that, we will cover the threats, the technologies, Morocco's framework, and the lessons for Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, Africa's vast coastlines and exclusive economic zone are under unprecedented pressure from multiple threat vectors: maritime piracy and armed robbery at sea, maritime terrorism, transnational illicit trafficking, illegal and reported and unregulated fishing, maritime pollution, and hybrid maritime cyber threats. The strategic consequences are severe: massive economic losses, rising trade costs, reduced investment, and slowdown in blue economy development. This conventional challenge demands a continental response, and we are determined to lead it with the vision and innovation. Traditional surveillance methods are not longer sufficient to protect Africa's immense maritime domain. That is why emerging technology have become vitally important. Their integration enhances maritime domain awareness across our shared waters, provides a powerful force multiplier for all Africa's navy, supports the sustainable development of the blue economy, enables modern digital systems to improve regional interoperability and accelerate decision-making process. On the global stage, the rules of emerging technology at sea are evolving rapidly. The International Maritime Organization targets non-mandatory adoption of the Maritime Autonomous Surface Ship Code, MSC 111, in May 2026. A very recent and significant development at the United Nations ongoing debate on lethal autonomous weapon system emphasize human control and accountability. The African Union 2050 Integrated Maritime Strategy provides our continental framework, prioritized maritime domain awareness, blue economy, and regional cooperation. As a major non-NATO ally, Morocco aligns with NATO compatible systems for emerging technology, cyber resilience, data sharing, and maritime security interoperability. Notably through Link 16 integration in 2006 and joint exercises. At the national level, His Majesty King Mohammed VI has given us a clear mandate for technological sovereignty. In June 2025, we established the Defense Industrial Zone, specialized zone dedicated to local production of drones, AI systems, cyber capabilities, and electronic warfare equipment. We have started strategic partnership to deepen operational integration, joint research and development, and operational exercises. These capabilities are proven in the field. In Orion 2026, our friend frigate Mohammed VI participates in the joint operation with the French Carrier Strike Group, integrating anti-submarine warfare and electronic warfare coordination. African Lion 2025 and 2026 remain the largest U.S. lead exercise in Africa, featuring drones, electronic warfare, Link 16 integration, and maritime interdiction. We also take part in Phoenix exercise, Sea Border, and Express, the major West African maritime exercise involving nearly 30 nations to enhance interoperability and counter-EU fishing across the Gulf of Guinea. Through the Atlantic Initiative launched by His Majesty King Mohammed VI in November 2023, Morocco is creating a secure blue economy corridor linking the Sahel nation to the Atlantic Ocean. A transformative act of regional solidarity. Equally important, all emerging technology development by the Royal Moroccan Navy aligns with the international humanitarian law and maintain human in the loop decision-making at every level. Sovereignty must never be purchased at the cost of responsibility. Ladies and gentlemen, the Royal Moroccan Navy vision is clear and ambitious. Maritime domain awareness is our core doctrine. Real-time knowledge of everything happening in our maritime zone, supported by 64 radar stations across the 3 sectors, and the HOC ensuring authoritative hydrographic and oceanographic knowledge of Moroccan waters. Our data fusion centers combine satellite, radar, IS, and human intelligence into one unified operational picture, finding our joint maritime interdiction facilities and special forces for high-risk operations. Unmanned systems augment but never replace human judgment. Command authority always remain under control of naval officers, sovereignty through superior awareness. The architecture behind maritime domain awareness follows a clear operational chain. Sensors collect data across our maritime zone. Fusion Center integrates satellite, radar, IS, and human intelligence into a single unified picture. Command translates that picture into decision, and action delivers the response on the ground and at sea. At the Joint Maritime Intelligence Facility, we coordinate law enforcement and counter-smuggling operation with speed and precision. Our special forces conduct high-risk boarding and interdiction missions alongside autonomous systems. It's a live and operational stake running every day across our 3 maritime sectors. 3 principles govern these capabilities. First, human judgment is never replaced. Unmanned systems extend our reach, but command authority always remains with naval officers. Second, our doctrines evolve continuously to stay ahead of gray zone operations, asymmetric threats, and multi-domain challenges. Third, artificial intelligence is being fully integrated for decision support, predictive analytics, and automated threat assessment, not to substitute to the officers, but to sharpen the decisions. Together, these principles ensure that our technological ambitions never outpace our responsibility. Allow me to illustrate with a concrete example. The Royal Moroccan Navy conducts persistent drone patrol along our 3,500 kilometers coastline and in forested gray zone where irregular migrant and illicit traffickers often hide before attempting dangerous sea crossing. This unmanned system enables early detection and rapid interdiction, while protecting vulnerable lives at sea. We also conduct major search and rescue exercises like SAREX Casablanca, testing rapid response to aircraft and vessel incidents over the Atlantic. Integrating naval vessels, helicopters, and advanced C2 systems. Our anti-pollution drills in Straits of Gibraltar prepare us to contain oil spills, modern monitoring technologies. To conclude, policy and regulation with emerging technology in the hands of African countries equal sovereignty, blue economy, and maritime domain awareness for Africa. Morocco stands ready to share its experience and to work hand in hand with all African navies. This is our commitment. This is our vision of African maritime solidarity. Together, we will secure Africa's maritime future. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Admiral Zebake, for that concise insight into your sub team. Please, a round of applause for the Admiral. Thank you. Now, I will now go to Admiral Obese, the Chief of the South African Navy and my very good friend, to speak to us on the second sub team, which is collaboration and stakeholder engagement in technology adoption. The floor is yours, Admiral. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. Let me start by appreciating the Chief of Naval Staff, Nigerian Navy, Vice Admiral Idi Abbas. Admiral, thank you for the invitation to this well-organized Sixth Power for Africa Symposium. And congratulations to you and your Navy for the 70th anniversary and impressive display of International Fleet Review, which was a demonstration that the time is now for Africa to take our own security in our own hands. Thanks, my dear brother. Members of the diplomatic corps, to all the chiefs of navies and coast guards, to the retired chiefs of navies, especially the retired chief of naval staff, to the retired, especially the retired Nigerian chief of naval staff, distinguished guests, members of the different media houses, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Admiral Abbas, when you assigned me this task, I chose to deliver my lecture without visual or a presentation. And I'm sure you will understand the reason why after I am done, and I also believe that my message will reach those who want to hear. Without wasting more time of the little time I have, the former president of South Africa, the late Dr. Rolihlahla Nelson Mandela once said, and I quote, "Once a person is determined to help themselves, there is nothing that can stop them," close quote. Today, I say, once Africa becomes determined to find its own solutions to its problems, then no one or nothing will stop us. Ladies and gentlemen, oceans have always been central to human civilization. They are the highways of global trade, the source of livelihood for billions, and the lifeblood of our people's ecological balance. Today, our seas are under threat, not just from environmental degradation, but also from increasingly security risks. Piracy, illegal trafficking, illegal fishing, terrorism, and geopolitical tensions all converge in maritime spaces, creating a dynamic and often volatile environment. Moreover, the contemporary maritime threats are increasingly hybrid in nature, combining conventional and non-conventional tactics. Therefore, protecting our seas is no longer a narrow national concern, but a regional and continental, and certainly an indigenous African imperative, and it demands a coordinated and forward-thinking action. It is therefore crucial that we take the collaboration and stakeholder engagement in technology adoption to another level. For this purpose, I would like to focus my inputs on naval technology adoption. The successful adoption of new technologies in naval organizations depends not only on the technology itself, but also on effective collaboration and stakeholder engagement. Naval systems are complex, involves significant investments, and affect multiple groups ranging from sailors and engineers. Defense industry partners and government agencies also play a critical role in technology adoption. The importance of collaboration cannot be overemphasized. The advantages of collaborations are immense. Collaboration assists in ensuring that new technologies are accepted by personnel who will ultimately use and maintain the technology. Interoperable existing naval platforms and other systems. Cost-effective by aligning procurement, maintenance, and lifecycle management requirements. Operational relevant by incorporating input from end users. Cross-functional collaboration can also reduce implementation risks, improve decision-making, and accelerate technology integration. These are just a few examples of how collaboration can benefit navies and other entities in the maritime space. The stakeholders in naval technology are so vast across so many spheres. The stakeholders range from naval leadership, which is responsible for the establishment of strategic priorities, approval of funding, and procurement resolutions. The most important function of naval leadership is overseeing policy and governance. One cannot talk about stakeholder engagement without mentioning the defense industry partners. These are stakeholders responsible for designing, manufacturing, and supporting new technologies. The collaboration and engagement with the defense industry is key to the survival of any navy or military for that matter. The human resource component of any organization tops the list when it comes to importance. People of any organization are the foundation of that organization. In this case, we refer to them as operational personnel. They are responsible for identifying operational challenges and requirements. They conduct testing and evaluation and provide feedback on suitability and mission effectiveness. Other stakeholders in naval technology adoption include, but not limited to, the following: engineering and technical teams, research institutions and academia, government and regulatory bodies, allied navies, and international partners. All these stakeholders must be involved at a very early stage during planning and operational requirements analysis phase. Their involvement must be transparent and regular. Their roles and responsibilities must be defined early with clear goals identified. Collaboration and engagement with stakeholders can also present its challenges. A typical example of such a challenge is resistance to organizational change. Organizational change has direct impact on issues such as budgets, interoperability, issues among legacy and new systems, and differing stakeholders' priorities and objectives. As we build and strengthen our partnerships with our friends and allies, that collaboration should not lead to perpetual dependency, where we end up not using our human capital to developing our sovereign technological and superior solutions, which the end state is cost-effective production. Before I conclude, and as a point of interest, Africa has a population of just over 1.5 billion, with Nigeria contributing about 260 million of this total. It is believed that Europe and English Football League might come to a standstill should African football players sanction these leagues by pulling back its fine diamonds, which are the African players. That could equate to the negative effect brought by the closure of the Straits of Hormuz or the tariffs imposed on us by the superpowers of this world. It is then for this reason that I say we as Africans do not suffer from human and intellectual capital bankruptcy to advance our African technological solutions. That will lead to our second independence and freedoms. Above all, we are not a poor continent that we must be perpetually dependent on others for our technological solutions for our African battle space. During this past 2026, and in the spirit of African Renaissance, which was adopted few years ago by our fathers, President Obasanjo, Thabo Mbeki, and other great Africans, we as African chiefs of navies and coast guards gathered here, let us declare that now is the time to rise up and shine as Africa and be the developers and exporters of this African technology. So, African brothers and sisters, we need to unite and intensify the collaborations in coming up with the indigenous technological solutions to our 30,500 kilometer or 18,950 miles of coastline and be the masters of our maritime security and sovereignty. In conclusion, collaboration and stakeholder engagements are critical enablers of such technology adoption. By involving leadership, industry partners, researchers, and government agencies throughout the technology lifecycle, naval organization can reduce risks, improve operational effectiveness, accelerate innovation, and ensure that new capabilities deliver their intended strategic operational benefits. Moderator, I thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts, and before I step down, I would like to congratulate the Nigerian Navy for defeating piracy in your territorial waters. May God continue blessing the Nigerian Navy. I thank you.
Thank you, Admiral Obese. I know the time is short. You can go on and on and on. And thank you very much. Okay. I'll now turn the stage to Professor Aykut Olsa from Sweden to speak to us on incentives for innovation and technology adoption. The floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much, moderator. Chief of the Navy and Protocol of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished participants, and ladies and gentlemen. My name is Aykut Olser. I'm a naval architect and marine engineer, and I am holding the position of professorial position at the World Maritime University, in short WMU. For those of you who are not familiar with our university was established 43 years ago by IMO, International Maritime Organization, to build capacity, to develop capacity for the professionals, maritime professionals coming from developing countries. This is still our mandate. In this regard, one of our most prominent alumni is the former IMO Secretary General, Mr. Ki Tak-lim from Korea. And also yesterday morning MC, Captain Abidon Abidamie Florencio was also one of our prominent alumni from Nigerian Navy. In this regard, I will also highlight our existing students at World Maritime University from Nigerian Navy. So in this respect, may I seize the opportunity to thank the Chief of Naval Staff for giving me, of course, this privilege to be able to deliver this speech. I also want to remind you that 3 of your officers, Commander Pacheco, Lieutenant Commander Uwalaka, and also the Sub-Lieutenant Membak, are doing well at WMU. And please continue your support, as the university is very proud of our relationship with Nigerian Navy, NIMASA, as well as Nigerian Port Authority. This also applies to other navies such as Ghana, Kenya, and these are the ones I remember and not limited to. My presentation today focuses on maritime innovation and technology adoption in the context of maritime security in Africa, and I will draw specific attention on recent literature and real-world case studies, particularly from the region, to argue that right technological structures can dramatically accelerate technology adoption. Next slide, please. Okay, I will not spend too much on time because yesterday and also today, and this problem statement was already highlighted and also to touch upon by many distinguished speakers. Next slide, please. And this is also for the taxonomy I will be basically referring during my speech. And the MSA is used by NATO, and the one IMO is basically using the MDA. So during my speech, I will be referring to MDA. Next slide, please. So let me start with the scale of the challenge, which was already raised and highlighted and touched upon by many speakers. Africa has 39 coastal and island states with 26,000 nautical miles of coastline and 13 million square kilometers of exclusive economic zone. That is an enormous maritime domain to secure, yet the resources available are severely limited. In the region, Nigeria is relatively better compared to other nations. Meanwhile, IUU fishing alone costs Africa between 7 and 11 billion US dollar annually, threatening food security for over 200 million people. Nearly half of all identified industrial IUU fishing vessels worldwide operate in African waters. The gap between space and resources defines the problem, and the technology is the only viable force multiplier. Here is the good news. Where the technology has been adopted, the results are dramatic. Nigeria is the prime example. The Falcon Eye system uses radars, electro-optic systems, and AIS receivers for real-time situational awareness. And the Deep Blue project launched in 2021 with roughly 195 million US dollars, and it did numerous ships, as well as UAVs, and 600 specifically trained personnel. And piracy incidents dropped from 123 in 2020 to just 18 in 2024. Nigeria was delisted from the international piracy roster in 2022. Of 59 incidents across the Gulf of Guinea between 2022 and 2024, only 3 occurred in Nigerian waters. Regional systems like YAVIS are also improving cross-border information sharing. Despite proven benefits, technology adoption faces real barriers, which was also highlighted and raised and touched upon by many speakers. Importantly, main obstacles are not the technology itself. A World Bank survey found only 1/3 of ports comply with IMO mandatory electronic data interchange, and the barriers cited were legal frameworks, human capital, and stakeholder cooperation. Developing nations face insufficient infrastructure, data security concerns, and the lack of awareness. Even where technology has improved MDA, enhancing human capacity is critical. As one of the distinguished authors in the literature, Vogel, in 2011, investment in technology argued that investment technology without support for science and research institutions is unsustainable. This is the core of my presentation. 3 categories of incentives accelerate adoption to the best of our findings and knowledge. First, economic. Technologies that generate revenue through fines, recover taxes, and prevented fraud find more political support. Subsidies and favorable financing lower barriers for smaller entities. The second, institutional element and the dimension. Governments can launch pilot programs, update legal frameworks for digital evidence, and build institutional capacity. Without legal reform, technology-enabled interdictions cannot achieve legal finish. The third dimension is the operational dimension. Sorry. And the shared technologies across borders create coordination and harmonization. Seamless regional deployment removes critical safe havens, successful interdictions create political will. The key insight from the literature, primarily from Ralby and the colleagues 2019 paper, is that technology that pays for itself is the most politically sustainable. The numbers: Deep Blue project cost 195 million US dollars, piracy cost the Gulf of Guinea 1.9 to 5 billion US dollar per year. Similarly, IUU fishing costs Africa 7 to 11 billion US dollars, and the technology pays for itself many times over. If politicians see financial ROI, return on investment, alongside improved safety, wider adoption becomes far more likely. Sorry. Something wrong with, sorry for this. Yeah, actually I will not spend too much on time for this slide, and that is one of the flagship projects we conducted at WMU. The point I'm trying to make in this slide, as you can see, the technology is on the left side and the right side, all threats and opportunities for all the relevant stakeholders, including ports, maritime administration, education institute. Again, the point I'm trying to make in this particular slide is, and technology we are talking about for maritime securities also has some impact, the negative and the positive impact on the other performance merits we discussed, such as environment, such as security, safety, and the society. So that's why the addressing trade-offs and synergies with regards to technology evolution is also crucial to understand, to address the problem in the maritime security and also to propose some solutions. And these incentives I mentioned operate at three distinct levels. National level, so individual countries must invest in their own maritime technology infrastructure. And again, Nigeria is one of the best examples in the region. And Deep Blue project I already highlighted. And the regional level, and the technology only works at scale when countries cooperate across borders. And the Yonde architecture, signed in 2013, again is another example, created 5 maritime zones covering 25 member states. And the last level is the international level. Africa must align with and adopt global technological innovations that are transforming maritime security worldwide. So what are the key takeaways for this presentation? Sorry for this. I'm sorry, but I'm not able to go to the last slide, please. If you are able to help me. No, before this. Yes. Okay, let me close with 3 takeaways. First, make technology pay for itself. Prioritize solutions that generate revenue and reduce losses. Cost-neutral technology is politically sustainable. Second, invest in people and not just hardware. Human capacity building and legal reform are prerequisites, not afterthoughts. Third, harmonize regionally. Technology across borders is exponentially more effective. The Gulf of Guinea has shown transformational results when technology, political will, and cooperation align. And the Gulf of Guinea has already shown this success, and the incentives are clear. The question is whether we seize them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Olsa, for your perspective. Thank you. Now, we are coming into the discussion session, questions and contributions. I will take it this way. We will start with the heads of African navies and Coast Guard here present. And then I will go to my right, where I will invite icons of the Navy, of the Nigerian Navy indeed, to contribute. And then come to stakeholders as well as sponsors of this all-important event. And then I will come to the principal staff officers. Perhaps particularly the Chief of Operations may represent that team to answer some of the questions that will be presented. And of course, some of those questions will come to the panelists up here. So gentlemen, please take notes of the questions that will be coming this way to us. And then finally, perhaps the Chief of the Naval Staff, our Chief Host, may want to say a word or two if necessary. And we'll have about an hour to do that. So I will start with the heads of navies and Coast Guards from Africa and across the globe. Thank you. Starting from, of course, my left. No questions? No contributions? Okay. To my center, 12 o'clock. Is that Admiral Akpan? Okay. Please come up.
Thank you very much, sir. Our special guest, distinguished audience. Sorry, I'll be speaking to the theme of the conference itself. And I just want to say quickly that when I went for the interview at the Defense Academy, I was told that the Navy is a technical service. And that also justified the need to have technically savvy personnel. Therefore, my contribution will touch on these two factors. Let me start first with the having technical equipment and looking at the acquisition process that we have. Unfortunately, our political masters are not here. They are in the center of it. It is vendor-driven, as we all know. No, it is not identified by Nigerian Navy capability gaps. This is obviously beyond the Nigerian Navy's call, but my contribution is to state that it's not beyond Nigerian Navy's responsibility. So I look at the acquisition process. As I mentioned, it ought to be driven by the Navy analyzing its capability gaps. And then the question is, has the Navy taken responsibility to carry out this capability assessment in order to elicit the gaps? So capability assessment will assist the Navy to determine whether it can accomplish a assigned mission. It will also identify the gaps. Is the gap insufficient? Will it require, is it absent totally or likely to become inadequate in the future, which is why we're looking at future trend. So I will just keep some of these things because I will give it to the rapporteur to help. I just wanted to note that in terms of technology, the questions, I'll be asking questions which I expect the team to try to find solution to. What is the level of ICT penetration in Nigerian Navy, administrative, training, and operational processes, procedures, and practices? Well, this forum has addressed the need for technology independence in the face of lessons learned from the two ongoing major conflicts which have featured naval warfare. So let me talk about technology transfer. How technologically updated is the naval dockyard and shipyard to permit technological transfer? Then let me end with training. what I propose for training is that the theory aspect, as well as I know, is too heavy. So we can divide it into 4. This is my last point. Theoretical aspect, followed by the practical session where the equipment and models of the equipment we're using will be identified and operated. And then the simulation stage, that is also missing. And then from there, I propose that a training ship should be designated either to Naval Training Command or the Doctrine Command, so that when people come for such courses, they go through this process after simulation, they made all their mistakes, they don't damage our equipment, they go on board training ship assigned to Doctrine Command or Naval Training Command and go and do it practically. And this also will allow people to come on course. If they can come on course, can't we introduce computer-based tests, for instance, in our courses, where someone can do the theory at his base, and then he comes only for the practical session and simulation and training ship, if time will not allow that particular person to be on that course throughout the whole period. And then bringing in computer-based training, test will also force the people to, the naval personnel to be computer literate. Finally, my final thought will be that I will advise that this be taken as a transformation in planning, but in execution, it should be a measured step, but hurriedly done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Admiral Akpan, for your intervention. Okay, the center. To my left. Please tell us your name, and you have 3 minutes max for your intervention. Thank you.
Hello. I thought I will have an opportunity to present what I want to say, but I want to share an experience with everybody here. One, I stand on the fact that technology is working, but that we are not using it properly, even up to now. In 1982, the French strikes, Syria, Ayam, and Ekun, were to return to Nigeria after they finished building the ships. Immediately we came out to the open sea because of the bad weather that was envisaged in the Bay of Biscay. The 3 captains of Syria, Ayam, and Ekun decided that we should increase speed to 27 knots. Not quite 5 minutes after we increased speed and the 3 ships were abreast, we got a call on the radio. You 3 ships, please reduce speed now because you are in the traffic separation scheme. 5 minutes after that, we had an aircraft that overflew us. Within another 5 minutes, we had a slower aircraft still overflying us. Then a helicopter came above us and was on the same speed with us. We were not stupid, we reduced speed immediately and fell in line with the traffic separation scheme rule. What does that tell me? The technology that existed in 1982 that affected us is still available. In today's technology, there are better technical advances, implements to make sure that the Gulf of Guinea is properly guarded, security ensured than the 1982s. If I had that experience now, what is our experience today? Fortunately for us, we have just recently launched the combined task force for the Gulf of Guinea. And I am saying this, if we had that experience then, that same experience with better equipment still exists to make sure that the Gulf of Guinea is completely covered at all times. All we need to do is to give the combined task force the equipment they need to be able to monitor and send the same kind of aircrafts to make sure that their job is done. Secondly, they also have the AMSA, African Maritime Safety and Security Association. I am part of it from day one, that is ready to work with any maritime security organization within the Gulf of Guinea. They should collaborate and we will have very good sleeping night. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sir Admiral Umbu, for the hands-on experience. Technology has always been with us. It's just the optimum utilization of it. Thank you very much. Okay, next. You have 3 minutes maximum, please.
Thank you very much. Standing on all existing protocol, we're talking about capabilities of African navies and employment of technology. Most threats in African waters today are asymmetric, and the Moroccan naval chief mentioned the employment of special forces. So I want to contribute that, given that special forces is now an essential element for dealing with asymmetric threats in our maritime domain, we have a major deficiency. We always expect special operations forces to perform magic, taking over hijacked ships, hijacked oil rigs, boarding and neutralizing terrorists. Beyond their training, a major force multiplier is the kind of equipment they use, technology. And because the concept of special forces is still relatively new to African naval forces, most African special forces do not have the requisite force multiplier, which is the technology to apply at the point of violence. So my contribution, based on what the Moroccan naval chief said, mentioning special forces, is the need to also leverage technology in improving the capacity of African special forces. It's a wide gamut of technology required to be able to achieve the magic we expect them to, and the need to understand this, procure, acquire, and apply. Thank you.
Thank you, Admiral Kola Olisa. Leveraging technology for improved efficiency of our special forces in Africa. I think Nigeria is not doing badly in that. Thank you very much. Next.
Okay, thank you. Okay. The Chief of Naval Staff, heads of navies, past service chiefs, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Rear Admiral James Boa, retired. I left the service over a decade ago, and my last job was Superintendent Naval Dockyard. I also have a background of naval aviation. Now I'm directing my question or my comment to the third presenter, the professor. Thank you for an insightful presentation. Much of your presentations around emerging technologies, focusing on acquisition. In your view, what practical practical measures should African maritime nations take to ensure that technology adoption is accompanied by indigenous maintenance capability, technical workforce development, and technology transfer, so that long-term dependence on external support is reduced. I really appreciate the job you are doing, training our officers. You mentioned quite a few. But I would like to add a final point, which is technology can be purchased, but capability must be built. And that's what our nation wants to do, and Africa at large. The long-term success of emerging technologies in Africa will depend less on this acquisition and more on building developed institutions, technical manpower, and industrial ecosystems required to sustain them. Sustainability. That's what we want to achieve eventually. We want to get rid of dependence. It's impossible to be 100% independent, but we want to acquire a very high level of sustaining whatever we have and designing what we need to do. I'd like the professor to throw more light and encourage us or give us your own view as to how we would pursue these aspirations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Admiral Boasa, for your contribution and questions. I think I picked that technology can be procured, however, capacity can be built at home, and we must embrace that. But again, couldn't be on standby, and perhaps Dr. Yeah, you also address that matter. Not yet. Thank you. Next. Admiral Agada. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, sir. The Chief of the Naval Staff, may I stand on the already established protocol? Let me first and foremost thank all the presenters for the excellent presentation. And my question will be directed to the Chief of the Naval Staff of South African Navy. Sir, I would like to thank you for your presentation, especially beginning from your opening statement, quoting your former president, Nelson Mandela, on the need for an individual to be ready to have what he desires before it can be gotten by him. Considering the fact that collaboration among nations will require the backing of the political leadership. And looking at this all this morning, the highest level of political leadership we have with us from the Nigerian nation is the Permanent Secretary Minister of Defense. What are the strategies in place to have the buy-in of the political leadership in Africa to what we are discussing this morning? Because I believe at the end of this deliberation, the communique is going to adopt that there should be collaboration in emerging technologies among the navies of Africa. But from experience, this has not been the case. I will cite 2 examples. First, they flagged off Combined Maritime Task Force on Monday, had the buy-in of most of the chiefs of the naval staff in the Gulf of Guinea, right from the initiation in 2022 in Port Harcourt.
19 Gulf of Guinea navies, we can see that less than 10 have signed up to this combined maritime task force. This is something that has been agreed by the chiefs of the Navy, but because of political hurdles, they were not able to sign up at the end. Second example, the Yaoundé Architecture Information Sharing System, YARIS, built for the Gulf of Guinea by the European Union, was to be handed over to the Gulf of Guinea countries by last year. There was a work that was done on it for 2 years to work out the modalities. It was agreed to by the chiefs of the navies, but eventually at the end, because there was no consent by the political leadership at the level of ECOWAS, ECAS, and the Gulf of Guinea Commission, that infrastructure was eventually handed over to a private entity to run for the next 5 years and work around how it can be brought to the Gulf of Guinea. So with these examples of what has been agreed by the chiefs of Navy, but in the end, we do not have political buy-in. What are the steps taken or the processes put in place to ensure that what we are agreeing to this morning will see the light of day? Thank you very much, sir.
Very much, Admiral Gada. That speaks to our, GMTF flag off. It's quite sad, but we'll get there. Thank you. Admiral Akpansa.
I'm Rear Admiral Francis Dan Akpan, retired. The Chief of Naval Staff, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Yesterday, I did correct an impression that Deep Blue Project was responsible for Nigeria being exited from the nations that were set back by piracy. It is fallacy to state that Falcon Eye is integrated to Deep Blue. There is no relationship between the Falcon Eye established by Nigerian Navy for Nigeria and Deep Blue. There are two parallels. It's like darkness and light. Falcon Eye is an integrated system run, like I said, and let me repeat again, by satellite systems, radars, HF and coastal radars, and infrared cameras that pick up to 50 nautical miles. Deep Blue is a purchase platform that is established by NIMASA. No relationship with Falcon Eye. 5 years ago, we were at the National Assembly when one of the icons was Chief of Naval Staff to say there was no need to establish the Deep Blue because the Falcon Eye was operational. But of course, there was no, it was not approved, and later it was approved, whatever that meant. 3 years or 4 years ago again, when one of the icons was CNS, we went back to National Assembly when they wanted to attach some Coast Guard to Deep Blue. And we said, no, it was not relevant. Since the Nigerian Navy, as part of its global maritime details, was carrying out policing duties, which was basically Coast Guard duties. So I think the whole world is watching this conference. It's erroneous and fallacy to state here that Falcon Eye is integrated to the Deep Blue. No, it is not. The Deep Blue is just a purchase platform, and I don't know where they get their information from. Because as far as I'm concerned, Falcon Eye has 13 radars from the coastlines from Badagry to Ibaka. It has satellite imaging system. It has communication system integrated and run from the headquarters, the naval headquarters, where you have the main command and control system. And from the 3 operational commands, where you have the regional coordinating system that picks signals from all the coastal radars. And for your information too, the capital ships and the aircraft have monitors that can pick whatever is seen at any of the regional coordinating centers of Falcon Eye and at naval headquarters. And at the main command and control center, there are seats for stakeholders who should be part of the system to get and share information for the betterment of maritime security of the Nigerian space. So let me correct it once again for the whole world to hear. Falcon Eye is not integrated to Blue Sea, Deep Blue project, and there's no relationship between the two projects. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, Al-Malakwan. I believe that is very, very clear. There is no linkage, no relationship. And smarting from one of the speakers of yesterday, he said, perhaps it's for the procurement. If you procure that capability or whatever it is, it can be there for some support to the Nigerian Navy in particular, but definitely is not superior to what we have at the Falcon Eye alignment, which is very robust, and all maritime stakeholders have a seat from the naval headquarters and all the regional control centers across our operational commands. Thank you very much, Admiral Akpan, for your passion and putting the record straight. Next, Admiral Pani, your intervention.
The Chief of Naval Staff, sir, I wish to leverage on the already established protocol. My name is Rear Admiral T.Y. Pani, retired. My question goes to the Moroccan Admiral. Considering the fact that we operate similar concept of operations and maritime domain awareness capability equipment, how do you handle the issue of vessels that switch off their AIS when they want to commit illegalities? Secondly, how do you effectively monitor vessels of 300 tons and below, considering the fact that it is not mandatory for them to carry or to install AIS? And these are the vessels that are mostly used for illegalities, considering the limitations of radar, which can only show vessels as dots. You cannot positively identify them. Thank you.
Very much. Admiral Pani. So, Admiral, please, you take note. When it's time, you respond. Where were you? Okay, let me give you opportunity. You have 2 minutes, please.
Thank you very much. Ian Ralby again, really enjoying this conversation. But I wanted to pick up on a couple of comments, including the proposition to use technology in a cost-effective and, in fact, cost-neutral way. I think to the point that was just made about tracking small vessels, the comment was it's not required or mandatory for them to have automatic identification system turned on. Why not? I think this is where getting creative on linking the technology to the will of the state as exercised through the laws of the state can become really interesting. Because you can make it mandatory. You can say they have to have some kind of tracking. And some states are starting to do that. And in fact, it's a bit like a jurisdictional hook. You know when you come into a country and get asked, are you a terrorist? Have you ever committed acts of terrorism? It's weird, right? Who would ever say yes? Well, the point is, if you lie about having committed terrorism somewhere else, the state can't come after you for having committed the act somewhere else, but they can hold you and prosecute you for lying in their jurisdiction. Similarly, you may have trafficked drugs or humans or weapons or fished illegally or dumped oil in a neighboring state. But if you lie about it through a presentation of a false logbook, or you intentionally turn off a tracking device, you can be prosecuted here. And that's where I think we need to get more creative. But there's a huge challenge to this because asset forfeiture is incredibly difficult. So if you want to implement the program of making technology cost beneficial or even cost neutral, then you have to be willing to work together across the spectrum of government to encase that technology in laws, policies, and action that sees the interdiction all the way through to asset forfeiture. It can be very beneficial, but it can also be extremely costly, because if you get it wrong and the vessel that's interdicted starts to degrade, or the fish catch starts to rot, or something goes wrong, the criminals may get to sue the state for the degradation of that asset. That's bad. So this is where the partnership comes back, and it has to be across several government agencies, including the political leadership, in order to make the technology a useful tool towards a state end. The end can't be the use of the technology. The technology has to be to focus on a legal end that is supported by the law, the policy, and training of all the people involved so that it goes well. So I just wanted to contribute that and ask if there are any elements of the room that have had either good or bad experiences with that process, and if anybody would like to try it, if anybody would like to be a partner, because I'd be happy to work with any government, any Navy, any agency to try to make integration of technology towards a cost-neutral or beneficial approach a reality. There aren't many states that have done it, and if it works, it's incredible. So I welcome the opportunity to try to make that concept, that construct, an operational reality. So onward together.
Onward together indeed. Thank you very much for your intervention, Ryan. Thank you. Any more to my slide right? Well, let me turn the microphone to Icons. I request your intervention, please, on this all-important subject matter, sir. Thank you. Admiral Olasad Ibrahim. To the front. Thank you, sir.
The Chief of the Naval Staff, visiting heads of navies across the globe, I've been mandated by the icons of the Navy to speak on their behalf. And there are three sides to this very short intervention. One, I would like to thank everybody here from different parts of the world that have made it, they are here to celebrate 70th anniversary with us. We can't thank you enough for being here. Please, I've been mandated to convey it again, even though you hear thank you until you take flight into your countries. We appreciate it. The second link is my link with the whole idea of Sea Power for African Symposium. So I lean back a bit and try to say a bit about the historical background. To my left here, one of the icons of the Navy, in concert with Ghanaian Chief of the Naval Staff and South African Navy, to be precise, cooked up the whole idea, Sea Power for African Symposium. So, I was present in South Africa for the first one, to act like the Moroccan representative of the Chief of Naval Staff. So I presented our perspective in this sub-region. What was the topic then? Maritime crimes off the coast of Africa, trend and countermeasures. That was the paper we had to write about from this part to sell to the African audience that was seated in South Africa. And also to thank South Africa specifically because of the leadership. We had the first one in South Africa, in Cape Town. I was there. As Chief of Naval Staff also, I was with South African Navy. You see, we were looking for several things to compel attention to this very unique exercise. The word is commitment. Commitment. Commitment will push us further than we have done today. You see, South African Navy threw their weight behind it. Please, my special regards to your Navy and the sacrifices you've made all through. You are sitting against this audience like this. This was like Cape Town many years back. And finally, my special thanks again to the members of the audience that have come to celebrate with the Navy and perhaps connect with what we do on a daily basis. You can sit prosperity side by side with naval activities. Prosperity itself can rub off on the health of a nation. At one time, the Chief of Naval Staff South African Navy sold the idea of sea blindness. Sea blindness, sea blindness. Sea blindness was common to all because for a very long while, and for a very long time for that matter, the citizens home in the background are totally unaware or deliberately pretend unconcerned with what is out there at sea. You know, the Royal Navy said something like, it is upon the Royal Navy, under the providence of God, that the prosperity of the United Kingdom depends. We train there. Prosperity of a nation is allied, tied to the Navy in very, very significant ways. That is what you are here to celebrate with us. We just occupy a portion of the sub-regional body of waters, but we have crossed the globe. Nigerian Navy has gone to practically everywhere. We were in South America, we were in the sub-region, to visibility wasn't our problem. And along the line, we have also encouraged navies around us to train with us. It's like, collaboration that is over celebrated on the screen today. May I close this my intervention on behalf of the icons of the Navy. I wish I have represented them well enough. If I have not done so, I will apply for leniency. You know what I'm saying? I'm just standing on their behalf. So I've spoken for them. Let me repeat. Turkey is here. Sweden is here. Our friends all over Africa, they are here. Brazil is here. We've been to Brazil. Nigerian Navy went to Brazil many years ago. These are icons here to my left. Were the ones. You know what happened in Brazil or somewhere in Africa? When we go with our ships there, our friends were looking up for white faces as if only white people could command the ships to be brought there. So when you look at the whole spectrum of the presentations we had so far, what describes them properly is that they are all quality presentations. 9. I must give thanks to the organizing committee also, because it's a very ingenious idea. And we're happy to celebrate it side by side with our 70th anniversary. 9 quality presentations, 6 yesterday, 3 today, by experts on the subject matter of sea power. Sea power. And I'll conclude by also picking the brain of a professor, Cape Town University, Professor Renfield Christie. I hope he's still alive. He said to the first Sea Power for African Symposium that lack of sea power is directly connected with the colonization of Africa. He said that. And then lastly, he said something like, all wars that has affected mankind in this continent are oil wars. All, without exception. The question we do in the classroom is, to what extent is that true? And I've tried to remind you now about Hormuz, what is happening out there, for navies of the world. You can include in the syllabus of those your young people. Apart from evolution in technology that we have listened to extensively here, there are several other technologies that were dormant, but still very, very powerful. They spend their valuable time analyzing what amounted to technology, and they were looking for solutions. And while listening to the solution to some of these problems, what Professor Renfield Christie said, I wake up and sleep with it every day. All wars are oil wars. All, without exception. The thing we fight about most, replace oil with energy, if you like. So navies will remain strategic across the globe. We thank you for being with us. We have our team. Some of the ones who took this microphone, that is likely a reflection of the kind of intellectual engagement we do in this part. God bless you for your attention. And while I stood up here, I think the special guest of honor left us briefly. Please, we're also very happy to have you here. God bless you all. The Chief of Naval Staff is more competent to thank you all for your investment and sacrifices on behalf of the icons of the Navy. I hope I've delivered appropriately.
Thank you very much, sir, for your intervention. You want to talk, sir? Okay. We have Admiral Ombu, who is a mentor to Admiral Olasad Ibrahim, to speak to us. Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah. Please I'll crave your indulgence to sit on existing protocols. There's been many standing. I thought I should speak, not because I think I want to add anything. It is simply for two reasons. One, to appreciate The Chief of Naval Staff, that he's bringing all these things together on our 70th birthday. Secondly, to draw attention to the evolution of the various backgrounds to the topics of this symposium. You see, we look at present-day problems and we see immediacy. So, mostly we do not appreciate how far we have come and situate where we are. It's like asking children to appreciate, no, young people to appreciate, oh, how you could live life without your GSM phone. That before then, you had to be at home or in your office to speak to someone or someone to reach you. Yes, our kids can't appreciate that, oh, at one time, no, you can't be on your way and somebody can call you. It is same as this topic. I was privileged to be Chief of Naval Staff. From what I'm hearing, I always come to these symposiums or lectures for enlightenment. I was Chief of Naval Staff in 1999, so we are the analog generation. I recall I had to call Admiral Akpan, one of our Navy Week presentations, to educate me on Falcon, because I kept hearing Falcon eye, Falcon ear. So I called Akpan, see, what is this Falcon? And he educated me. He gave me papers I didn't bother to read. I called him, tell me. And he told me. So I want to situate the background to this Falcon. We have attempted before Falcon Eye to put radars on our coast. And then you know the curvature. How often was the question I asked? I wasn't chief then. Yes, how often, no, how far can these radars peak? Usually 20 something nautical miles. Our coastline is very flat, so you don't have the height to increase the range. We didn't feel they were useful. And I recall after a few years, some of our institutions benefited when they redistributed the generators that were supposed to power the radars. It died a natural death. When I was chief, you see, nature guides certain outcomes. It wasn't anything to do with me. Then, if a ship runs into pirates or there was armed attack, they will call maybe the Chief of Naval Staff midnight, and then you give directives. I was lucky in my time. A fishing boat was attacked, and it happened to be the boat belonging to the Minister of Defense, my boss. So when his manager called me at 2 a.m., oh, our ship was attacked off somewhere Middleton, I thought it was an opportunity. We've been asking for equipment and this. Nobody was listening. So I told him, don't worry, we'll get it. The Navy had no helicopters, our links were out, and I rented, in the morning I called the airport, rented a helicopter in Port Harcourt. Because if you can detect, then you can intercept, okay? So the helicopter flew from Port Harcourt. In about an hour, we detected before, because the problem is before they get into the creeks. We saw it, they were about entering the creek of Brass, and we sent boats. As they were getting alongside the village, our boys were there, and we secured the vessel intact, handed it over to the minister's manager. Of course, 2 days later, the minister called me to thank me and said nothing more. About 2 months later, there was another attack. And I did the same thing. Hired a helicopter, and we rescued, intact. So he called me and he said he wishes to thank me again. And I said, yes, sir. I don't think the next one I will be able to intervene. He said, how come? I said, sir, the helicopters, no, we rented helicopters. They charge in dollars. And it is this amount per hour. And we do about 3-4 hours. I won't be able to. I said, we'll discuss this matter later. I knew we were making progress. Then something happened, and I went to see the commander-in-chief for a totally different matter. And he brought up the matter of the minister. He said, the minister told me twice his fishing vessels were rescued by you. And I said, yes, sir. Sir, we won't be able to do it again. Oh. So why? I said, sir, it cost us money to rent this, that. Navy, don't you have helicopters? I said, yes, sir, we have Lynx. We bought in 79. One, the Lynx is so heavy. Two, it requires so much attention, maintenance. And I said, sir, we cannot. We are writing them off. What is the solution? I said, sir, we should buy a versatile helicopter. And this is what I think is coming in. He said, no, why do you think the helicopter is good? I said, no, it must be exceptionally good if the United States of America is buying it for their president. It's the first time America is buying helicopters outside America because it's Italian. I said, okay. How many do you need? I said, we need 9, sir. I said, why 9? We'll buy you 2. I said, no, sir. Helicopters come in 3s. Two up, 1 down. He said, okay. So, but I got 3 helicopters. There and then he called F. Cash. That is the background to the helicopter fleet of the Nigerian Navy today. Why I'm bringing this up is that, firstly, you have to detect before you can intercept. The Falcon came up after that to modernize it, that, you can sit in an office somewhere and you are able to cover your EEZ even further out. Not only your own, what I'm seeing here that, there are regional integration, and we could, yesterday they gave examples of incidents somewhere off Ivory Coast, and then the Nigerian Navy was able to arrest them off Gabon or something like that. Yes, we have come a very, very long way. And I want to appreciate all the heads of the navies that are here, that you cannot find this kind of synergy amongst Air Force, Army. It's only us. Yes, all over the world. So, So you are all welcome. I want to salute this brotherhood. And then I won't talk as much as my secretary. Thank you very much. Yeah, God bless.
A resounding round of applause, please, for the Admiral. Well, quickly, sir, I want to make a short remark from what Admiral Ibrahim said, reminding us about where we started, the CPR for Africa Symposium and the Founding Fathers. And I think what is left for us, the current chiefs on the top, is to encourage our governments to have the political will for us to be able to govern our maritime commons, starting with the standby task force from the Gulf of Guinea and all the regional initiatives. I know we are not all equally endowed. Specifically, talking about financial resources here, but we have a lot that we can contribute to the center so that we'll make it work. And then to my Ombusa, though you have at the end of your intervention said we are evolving, I would have said I beg to disagree, sir, when you said you are analog chiefs of the naval staff. I want to also remind you, sir, that you commanded the Aradu, which at its own time was only 5 across the globe, which all of us here can attest to. So, sir, we're evolving. And you have said it at the end of your intervention. Thank you very much, sir, and I hope we've picked lessons from our icons. With the permission of the special guest of honor, we have spent our time for contributions. However, we also need to, get response from the panelists here. And perhaps I may just use a minute or two to round up the panel. So we are requesting for 20 minutes, which technically is still within our time, for this discourse, so that we can round up. Thank you very much. Now, I will go to my left to Admiral Zebaki to respond to some of the questions that are put to you. Please, you have 4 minutes to do that. Thank you.
So I will go back discuss 3 points that have been discussed by the first one. It's about, I will go back to the impacts of technology in the navies and especially for maritime security. We are all agreed that a unique solution is not the solution that will work for Morocco. It will not be the same for other countries. So we got to work on each solution to make it adaptable for each environment. For still in that, actually, that's why we got to work on each solution internally. We know that almost all navies actually relied on foreign systems and mainly not African, but from other nations. And it is a big problem because each time we got to adapt this solution for our needs. And to do so, sometimes after buying a system, for a while it become obsolete. So we enter in this loop. Each time we get to look forward and find a system which is adapted for our needs. Actually, the solution is internally. We got to invest in human resources, and so on. We got to sovereign systems, and to have this sovereign system, we got to work together regionally, so we can find a system that will be adapted to our needs. And mainly, we got to invest more and more on the human resources because this is the only way that we'll get some systems that will respond to our needs. And actually, Morocco now, we are working on many systems, and we will looking forward to get some relationships with the African navies so we can work together and found out those systems will be sovereign and not depending on other countries. So I got also two point of view for main questions about the special forces. As you know, for maritime security, the action of special forces it's important. It's the way out the operation. It's the results of the operation depend on how the special forces will act at the end. And we experience a lot of events which the special forces acted aboard ships at sea, and the needs to have adapted technology is very important, like drones, sometimes links, and for us almost all the time, as we get image and C2 system that you give us how it's happening outside, if you got within the operation of the special forces relation directly, it's became much easier to end this operation. And actually now our special forces got a lot of training to deal with new technologies like their own drones. They have communication inside the C2, and also they even got a program that will enter the names of the crew of the ships, and they will find out their background and so on. So we continue to train our special forces in order to be efficient in this action, and we try to find the technology that will be adapted for them to be efficient at sea. For the third point, we discussed about the IAS, how the Moroccan Navy deal with this issue. Actually, we got a rider chain, even for some countries it's not working for us in the northern sector. We got mountains, it covers a lot. And we use also drones. And this picture will match all the contacts that we have. And we arrive to get a program that will it's developed by an engineer from the Navy that will give you the contact that don't have IES. And even those they have IES, we will find out if it's a true one, it's not a true one. So after this program, we can go and find out the contact that don't show the IES, and we got interceptor that will go and try to intercept those contacts. For our own boats, from the fishing boat, they got electronic device that will give their position, so we can match all contacts, and after that we'll try to find out which contacts is not, we don't have a background about this contacts. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Admiral. I will now turn to Admiral Monday. Obese, you have 1 minute, please. You have just one question to answer, so you have 1 minute.
Okay. Thanks, Admiral. To the icon, the first speaker who represented the icons of the Nigerian Navy, thank you very much for your kind words. I will definitely convey this beautiful message to Admiral Mudimo, which you were actually the pioneers of this Sea Power for Africa Symposium. Thank you very much for your visionary leadership, that today we are again seated here as the African Chiefs of Navies in pursuit of your vision and the dream. And we resolved in my one-on-one interaction yesterday with Admiral Abbas that as long the Indian and the Atlantic Oceans that unites these two nations on all the African heads of states and all the Africans, Sea Power for Africa Symposium is not going to die on our watch. Thank you very much. On the issue of sea blindness is actually a continental problem, and we must not be tired as African chiefs of navies in sensitizing our politicians and our political principals on their understanding on the need of having these navies. I was pleased to see during the International Fleet Review to have the 6 regional chiefs of navies all marching together with Admiral Abbas to declare the opening and the start of this regional task force. No matter how little the number was, but I'm sure with time, this is going to expand where all the 18 nations that you've mentioned, Admiral, will ultimately also join in and sign on this issue. I would also like to recognize that as much as it is a serious problem as chiefs of navies, that we have this constitutional responsibility to make sure that we protect the maritime sovereignty of our nations with the little resources that we have been given by our governments. But at least here in Nigeria, you have a naval secretariat, from what I heard, which is actually a good point that your government recognizes the need and the resourcing of your Navy. We've seen this support through the platforms that you are able to demonstrate during this fleet review. So we hope all other African nations will actually learn from this and make sure that we are able to get the necessary resources that we need for our Navy so that we are able to secure and provide that constitutional responsibility that is actually required of us by these same politicians who are actually, some of them, suffering from this sea blindness. But when things go wrong at sea, us as the navies, we are always called upon to go and rescue the situation. So let's not tire in actually bringing this message to them. Without further ado, members, this issue of lack of political support, it actually something that is very close to my heart. And if I was not fired in January this year at home for voicing my views on this issue, I'm thankful that I'm still here today. But if you want to hear more, you can go on YouTube. That's what I'm told, that these things are always on YouTube. So, members, without further ado, I think if we look around my left and my right, just to emphasize the point that I've made, that as Africans seated around here, plus minus 78 of the companies that are listed here, I'm not sure how many of them are indigenous. So we need to change this course and make sure that next time when we have these sessions, not that we want to run away from sponsors, but the research and development of the technologies that we need for our African battle states must come from us. It cannot be, having listened yesterday about 3 or 4 speakers that came here from the Nigerian Navy. All of them were doctors. And even during the gala dinner, when the captain was producing one of the speakers, he mentioned, apparently without knowing that that gentleman was also a doctor, he said, in Nigeria, you are not running short of academics. So what is it therefore that is stopping us with all this background and knowledge of not turning this knowledge into tangible engineering and technological solution? I think the ball is on our court to change course and come up with African technological solutions that will befit our operational requirement. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Admiral Monde. It speaks to political will on the part of our leaders to invest in research and development. It's huge, but at the end, we have the benefits for that. Thank you very much, Admiral Monde. Professor Olsa, you are responding to 1 or 2 questions? Please, just 1 minute should be okay for you. Thank you. Sit up, stand by in case you need to respond to something. And the Kun.
Okay, thank you very much. Because of the lights, I was not able to see the gentleman. Basically, as you rightly pointed out, human element is a crucial item of the big picture. You know, I'm from the civilian side, and then we are discussing externalities resulting from international shipping, such as environment-related aspects. This is not very much different what we discuss in this symposium. At the end of the day, challenges are global, and we have to respond all these challenges by cooperating, and this was already highlighted by many distinguished speakers. Regardless of the externalities we discuss, like maritime decarbonization, ballast water-related aspects, noise on board vessels, or the security, at the end of the day, everything comes to technology. And I can easily see that yesterday and then today is the consensus on the technology side. But again, gentlemen rightly pointed out, one way or another, we will have the technology. There will be financing mechanisms in place. But everything comes to one thing, human element or the human factor. So what do we mean when we say human element? Leadership, managerial level, and operational level, which was already raised by the distinguished speaker yesterday from India. In this respect, our university is playing an important role to educate future maritime leaders, and some of them are already being educated in our university. So they are the ones who will basically come up with policies and paving the way forward for the nations and the region. Managerial level are the ones who will make the decisions, and the operational level. So in this respect, something never mentioned yesterday and today, universities are mentioned, but maritime education training institutions has to play a very important role, especially to educate the people at the operational level. It is linked to STCW because MET institutions following STCW, but unfortunately STCW convention is very much behind what is happening today. So in summary, the future is technology-centric, which needs to be supported by thematic pillars of regulatory landscape as well as the human element. Thank you very much.
Prof. Syposium Nigerian Navy, or Chief of Operations rather, Nigerian Navy. I thought you are responding to a question also. Are you? If not, no problem. Okay, go ahead. Cone, are you responding to something? Okay.
Thank you, sir.
1 minute each.
Rear Admiral PFR, the Chief of Operations. There was a question with respect to how we deal with vessels that switch off their AIS. So I'll just quickly respond to that by saying that in realization of that, and the fact that most vessels in recent time have been spoofing fake locations within the maritime environment, the Nigerian Navy has gone ahead to purchase drones that have been integrated with the Falcon Eye. And whenever we get all the locations of various vessels within our maritime environment, especially those ones that have switched off their AIS, we actually deploy drones for positive identification. So with that, it makes it easy for us to identify vessels out there at sea, even the ones that are operating in the dark. And this has played significantly in enhancing our operations. Lastly, I will just add that with respect to Nigeria being delisted from the list of piracy-prone nations, well, we applied technology and, of course, response capability. But one key thing that we've missed over time is the charge that came from the naval headquarters. And that is the realization that most maritime crimes emanate from land. And with this in mind, naval headquarters charged commanders of operational bases to not just go out to sea, but to tackle maritime crimes on land. And because of that, it brought about the use of kinetic action. So camps of pirates within the creek, in Bayelsa, in Delta, and in River States were being attacked. And in that process, we were able to root them out from their camps, seize their boats, and there was a deliberate attempt, there was a policy banning the use of 200 horsepower engine. All these efforts combined led to a drastic reduction and an eventual elimination of piracy from our water. I just feel I should mention that. Thank you.
Quickly, our time is almost exhausted.
Yes, sir. Just quickly, sir. Rear Admiral Tam Tongs, Chief of Naval Engineering. Sir, on the question of the procurement of technology and training to get capability, I just wanted to highlight some of the efforts that the Navy has made so far. Currently, I think the question came from the former Admiral Superintendent of Naval Dockyard. And if you notice, the amount of ships that we're able to deploy is because over time, we've developed capability to be able to carry out high-level maintenance on our engines. That is the MTU engines. So this is, I believe, is the way to go in anything that you want to do and you want to establish your innovation. You must train over a period of time. Sometimes it might take up to 10 years for you to see the results, because this thing started when I think Admiral Ibas trained the first set of MTU engineers, and we have continued over this period. And now we don't have to have downtime because we can't be able to do that ourselves. So it also translates to all other forms of technologies. You have to train, and you also create the conducive environment to keep those people you also train. Because what makes the difference for all the other foreign navies is that they are able to keep their people and also understand that technological absorptive capacity among a group of 10 people, you might only get 2 people that might even become very good. But it is to continue and consistently do these things. And over a period of time, we will be able to keep, and be able to sustain our own technologies. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Kon. That was some point. Well, thank you very much. The time is completely exhausted and we can't continue to keep you here. 1 minute? 1 minute? Okay, thank you very much. So I may not have time for recap than to thank, you want to say something?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Thank you very much, sir, for the opportunity. Rear Admiral A. Olodude, Chief of Policy and Plans, Nigerian Navy. So just to reiterate 3 strategies in line with our theme: leveraging technology for enhancing maritime security. Indeed, it's desirable. It is a force multiplier. It is what is necessary for all African navies. However, the reality is that one of the key limitations is the high cost of procurement and acquisition of this technology. And even countries that have been able to procure, they face the challenge of retainership. This could also be one of the reasons why domesticating Yaris has been postponed several times. Yes, incentive for the return on investment has been suggested, but the reality is that even the initial investment is costly because African navies are largely dependent on government budget, which is mostly restrictive due to competing resources. Therefore, I want to just reiterate that first, the point to harmonize regional technology is important. Within each sub-region, African navies can pool resources and support each other in the areas of comparative strength. For example, within the Gulf of Guinea sub-region, we could take advantage of the hydrographic agency capability of the Nigerian Navy, where we could share common ideas. The Nigerian Navy could help in helping to produce charts, conduct survey for even other countries within the Gulf of Guinea. Also, in the area of harmonizing regional technology, we have the Naval Dockyard Limited that have proven over the years to be able to refurbish, repair, and build. There's already a partnership with the Benin Navy, and other countries within the Gulf of Guinea can take advantage of that regional technology. That goes quickly to the second point, which is the need to maximize research and development. Particularly, there's a need to lean on the private sector, the local private sector, because they go beyond borders. And if we can also take advantage of research institutions, this will also help us domesticate technology and help, even if not in the short, it could be in the medium or long term, but it's a good place to start. And lastly, sir, there's also a need for us to optimize low-cost technology. We have seen in what's happening in Ukraine that we could have drones that may not be on the high end, but could deliver significantly. Its impact could be as equally devastating. So there's a need for us to optimize low-cost technology, and that can put us to leverage technology for enhancing maritime security. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Chief of Policy and Plans. Well, I don't know how you gleaned into my summary. I think all points are covered. At this juncture, I would like to thank the participation of everyone in the hall, our chiefs, our icons, and the stakeholders. And my panelists here, Professor Olsa, Admiral Monde, and Admiral Modeki. Thank you very much for engaging your audience very, very well. And I want to finally, most profoundly, thank the Chief of the Naval Staff for finding us worthy to be part of this history once again. Thank you very much. Fair winds and following seas as you continue to lead this noble service. God bless us all. Thank you.
The special guest of honor for today's event, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Defense. Before we move to the next session, I want to most respectfully and humbly welcome you for the concluding session of the 6th Sea Power for Africa Symposium. When you walked in, it was not possible to give you all the
all the respect that comes with you being the special guest of honor for today's event, but that is in no way to diminish your personality, and we appreciate your making our time to join the Nigerian Navy family and one of the sessions for the celebration of the Nigerian Navy's 70th anniversary. We want to thank all our distinguished speakers and indeed our eminent members of today's audience for this very engaging session that talks about technology. So for that, I want us first to give a resounding round of applause to our panelists. And you can reserve the last one for yourselves, because it has indeed been a very interesting one. On our programs, we're supposed to listen to sponsorship interludes, but we would first give our esteemed speakers their souvenirs, and thereafter I'll make way for our very wonderful exhibitors and sponsors that have been lined up to come tell us what it is they have in stock for us. It's on this note that I most respectfully and humbly invite the Chief of the Naval Staff, the Chief Host for this event, Vice Admiral Idi Abbas, Admiralty Medal, to come forward once again to help us perform the function of handing out souvenirs to our esteemed panelists. The Chief of Naval Staff, sir. The first presentation is to Rear Admiral Said Zebake, the Moroccan Chief of the Naval Staff's rep. He spoke on policy and regulatory development for emerging technology integration in maritime security. Please, our cameramen, you have to be mindful of your guests. So please, if you can take a more, another position that will not obscure their view, it will be very much appreciated. The next presentation is to our second guest speaker, Vice Admiral Monde Lobese, Chief of the Naval Staff for South Africa. He spoke on collaboration and stakeholder engagement in technology adoption. Next is someone that I hold very dearly. Was my professor at the World Maritime University and supervised my thesis, Professor Ekut Olsha. He spoke on incentives for innovation and technology adoption. Please a round of applause for him, please. And finally, the moderator for this session, a distinguished alumni of the Harvard Business School, if I'm correct now, a distinguished alumni of Harvard, and one-time Chief of the Naval Staff, a distinguished icon of the Nigerian Navy, Vice Admiral Awa Gambles. Vice Admiral Awaz Gambo was the 23rd Chief of the Naval Staff. So, sir, we would have a group photograph with the resource persons, and then we would move to the next session. Thank you very much. Please, may we give the chief, who's the chief of the naval staff, a resounding round of applause as he makes his way back to his seat. And indeed, our esteemed panelists as the rejoined members of the audience. Thank you so very much. Thank you once again. The Nigerian Navy appreciates all our esteemed speakers who have taken out time to do some very, very good work on their sub-themes towards espousing more on the theme for this event, which is leveraging technology for enhancing maritime security in Africa. Before I bring on the next next round of speakers, permit me to just make the following announcement. Our exhibitors have inundated me with lots of requests because they want heads of navies to make out time to just stroll by their exhibition stand, because they want to be able to say at some point the representative of the chief of the naval staff Portugal stopped our stand. So I'm just joking. And have a picture with you to say that, of course, you took out time to be with them. So we want to most respectfully praise the indulgence of all heads of navies to, if after the tea break or during the tea break, just walk around and see what is on offer. Some of your countrymen are there offering some of their cutting-edge solutions, and they would really love to have you walk around soon. Also, I'm also been directed to most respectfully inform members of the audience. The VIP room that has been set aside for heads of navies was set aside for a purpose, and that's because during the tea break, it will be an opportunity for heads of navies to deliberate on a number of issues amongst the next host for the next Sea Power, the 7th Sea Power for Africa Symposium. And when we get crashed, it will be difficult to have those private conversations. So I want to most respectfully request that the tea break just, I think it's just behind the exhibition stand, as exactly the same thing as in the VIP room. So it would allow heads of navies to have the opportunity to interact and make decisions that will further advance issues that plague the whole of Africa. I think that would be all for the announcements. Okay, we would be having, I think, about 3 of our exhibitors speak to us. On this note, permit me to bring on stage the Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director, Articom, Mr. Gerard Levy, Articom Defense, to come speak to us about their solutions. Please, the floor is yours.
Distinguished host, the Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Idi Abbas, distinguished guests from across Africa and across the globe. Good morning. My name is Gerard Levy. I am the CEO of Articom Defense. The world is calling this the African century. They look at your populations, resources, and coastline stretching more than 26,000 nautical miles. And they see a continent rising. But potential is not power. A century is not given, it is held or it is taken. Every navy in this room is being asked to do more than with larger areas of responsibility against more sophisticated threats, with the same vessels and budgets you had a decade ago. You can't solve today's problems with yesterday's solutions. Look at the Horn of Africa. 10 years ago, the world declared Somali piracy defeated. Today, the attacks are returning. The Red Sea is contested again. Commercial shipping is rerouting around the entire continent. The lesson is uncomfortable, but unavoidable. Maritime dominance is not a victory you win once. It is a posture you hold every single day or you lose it. Africa loses $14 billion annually to illegal fishing, wealth stolen by foreign fleets, sailing unseen and undeterred. Entire economies are realizing how exposed the subsea economic arteries actually are. Undersea cables severed, pipelines sabotaged. In South America, the cartels move cocaine across the Atlantic. The Atlantic does not end in Europe. It begins in your shores. Sovereignty is lost in the gaps. The gaps are in the detection to interception chain. The volume of data coming off your coastlines now exceeds what any watch officer can process. The gap between sensor and command decision is an AI and data analysis problem. Data is the new oil and currency of national security. But much like oil, it must be refined to enable real-time decision-making. Ships and aircraft still matters, but a lack of central nervous system is a gap in your sovereignty. AI-powered detection to interception is not science fiction. It is operational, protecting Nigerian waters today. 10 years ago, the Gulf of Guinea was one of the most piracy-prone areas in the world. Weekly attacks, trade routes compromised, insurance premiums at all-time high. A true maritime crisis. In response, Articom Defense has deployed Falcon Eye in partnership with the Nigerian Navy. The Falcon Eye project is a comprehensive strategic coastal surveillance system born out of the necessity to combat the various challenges within the maritime sector. Hundreds of sensors, including cutting-edge over-the-horizon radar, providing real-time detection and identification capabilities. Raw data fused by AI analysis into actionable intelligence. 850 kilometers of coastline, more than 200,000 square kilometers of ocean, one real-time unified situational awareness picture. Falcon Eye was fully commissioned in 2021. By the end of 2021, the International Maritime Bureau, IMB, recorded 0 piracy attacks in Nigerian waters, an outcome that amazed the international maritime community. Nigeria was removed from the piracy-prone area list. War risk insurance premiums dropped by 80%. Oil theft reduced, production went up. Long-lasting deterrence achieved. Falcon Eye enabled the Nigerian Navy to be mission-oriented, compressing the detection to interception cycle from hours to minutes. The Nigerian Navy now has a total domain awareness. Every Navy in this room is different. What worked for Nigeria is not a template to copy-paste to Mombasa, Abidjan, Yaoundé, or Rabat. Every nation.
Thank you very much. We have just 5 minutes. The Articom stand is just across the hall, and Mr. Gerard Levy will be on hand to answer any questions that we may have. We have a number of our others exhibitors that are on hand to make presentations, and sadly we may have to end it here. Thank you so very much. Please a round of applause for him as he makes his way off stage. But please, the Articom stand is just across the aisle. I mean, just when you walk out of the door to your right, and please, you can watch out for Articom stand so that you can. Next to make a presentation is Mr. Graham Walker, the Regional Director for African Shield AI. May I just add that we just have 5 minutes per presentation because of time. Today is the day we have to wrap up the session and declare intent.
Can we get
presentation, please. While we're queuing up the presentation, I just want to say good afternoon, distinguished admirals, special guests of honor, admirals, naval leaders, and government officials. On behalf of Shield AI, a US-based disruptive emerging defense player, it's a great privilege to be with you here in Lagos to celebrate the Nigerian Navy's 70th anniversary and to share with you what we are doing in the world to make the world a safer place. This gathering matters because it's built around the powerful idea that technology, partnership, and a shared purpose can help create a safer maritime future for Africa that's aligned to our mission of protecting service members and civilians with intelligent systems. I just wish that some of these technologies were available to me when I was still in uniform and serving in the South African Navy. It would have made my life at sea easier, improved efficiency, contributed to our maritime situational awareness and our security capabilities. I don't think I need to preach to the audience in the room that Africa is a maritime continent and that maritime security is a key enabler for trade in the blue economy. So I'm going to skip over this slide. And if we can go to the next slide, please. We at Shield AI believe the answer begins with a simple principle. You cannot protect what you cannot see. I remember as a junior officer being drilled into me, you cannot control what you cannot patrol. That's the adage that stands with me in my mind from my time in uniform. So maritime security starts with awareness. It starts with seeing further, seeing earlier, and understanding faster. It starts with giving operators and commanders the ability and the understanding to find what matters across immense areas of ocean, often with limited ships, limited aircraft, limited manpower, and limited time. And that's where our VBAT and our VIDAR solutions enter the maritime security conversation. Together they offer a new way to think about maritime security, not as a collection of isolated patrols, but as a persistent, intelligent, and scalable ISR capability. Next slide, please. So talking about VBAT. VBAT is our combat-proven expeditionary UAS built to deliver strategic and tactical ISR and targeting at a fraction of the cost and with a much smaller logistical footprint of other drones in its class. Next slide, please. VBAT sets itself apart in the Group 3 space as a tail-sitting VTOL drone with a proven capability to operate in GPS-denied environments, multi-mission capabilities for navies, armies, air forces, and border security forces, providing over 12 hours of airborne surveillance capability for operations beyond line of sight and at extended ranges together with a SATCOM capability. It can launch from discrete locations where your adversaries will not be able to see you launching and conducting your surveillance operations. And this matters because it brings reach without demanding infrastructure, large runways, large ships, or a large support footprint. The VBAT can launch and recover vertically in constrained spaces, operate autonomously in the maritime environment, and deliver long-range, long-endurance ISR from austere locations and small vessels. In practical terms, that means maritime forces extend their presence and awareness for far beyond the horizon of the ships and the crews they already have. Next slide, please. And that steps us on to VIDAR. The sensors are also important in the discussion here. And VIDAR being an AI-enabled optical wide area surveillance system for both land and maritime applications. Next slide, please. VIDAR matters because it changes what it means to search. VIDAR is the first passive, multi-domain AI-enabled optical sensor designed for use over sea and land. And integrated into VBAT, it can patrol and search over 3,000 square nautical miles of coverage per hour. Next slide, please. I see I'm running out of time, so I'm just going to summarize. At Shield AI, we're proud to be part of the conversation. We want to deliver systems that work, that bring real-world impact to African navies in the maritime security domain. We're here to partner with the navies. And I know there's been a lot of discussion about people coming in from the outside. It's about partnership, building capability together, walking the route together to make sure you have the capabilities within your arsenal as naval members to go out and tackle the emerging threats and challenges in the African maritime domain. So I thank you very much. If you want to learn more, if you go to the next slide, remember 3 things when you walk out of here: Shield AI, VBAT, VIDAR. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the Regional Director for Regional Director Africa, Shield AI. Next is the representative of the Lagos State Government, our host here in Lagos. And to do this presentation, we have Mrs. Bukola Agbaminoja to make the presentation on behalf of Lagos State Government. Please, we need to clap for Lagos State Government. They've been an amazing host. And there are so many things I cannot even say here, but we want to tell you to help us convey our gratitude to His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Lagos State.
Okay. Good afternoon. Hello. Good afternoon, all. Permit me to stand on existing protocol. My name is Bukola Agbaminoja. I'm the Executive Secretary, Chief Executive Officer of the Lagos State Film and Video Censors Board. I bring the compliments of His Excellency, Mr. Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Sanwo-Olu, and my boss, the Commissioner for Tourism, Arts and Culture, Mrs. Toke Benson. So I have 5 minutes to sell you Lagos. I hope you've had a very beautiful time being in Lagos. I hope you've enjoyed the hospitality of Lagos. And so I'll tell you the products that we offer for you. So that today being the last day, I know you will want to go and explore more of Lagos before you leave. I hope you will do that. I hope we've done a lot for you to want to do that. And so I have 5 minutes, but I don't think I can take you through the videos that I have on this page. And I'll just try to run through it so I don't bore you or don't get kicked out before the time is up. So Lagos State is very important in this discourse because everybody will say, why Lagos? And it's surely, I'll ask you, why not Lagos? When we talk about the Navy, who's been a silent partner, a silent guard for our coastal waters, you're celebrating the 70th in Lagos. That means something for Lagos State, which means that we are heavily protected by waterways are protected, so you can actually go on our waters, and that is one of the things we're selling for you. We don't suffer what most other regions will suffer because we have the Nigerian Navy behind us, and so we could tell you to explore our beaches. We'll tell you to come into Lagos and explore our hotels. We have the boutique hotels. We have from the boutique hotels to the Airbnb. You have everything is created for every pocket, and so you enjoy yourself whichever one you have chosen to see. We also have next slide, please. Yeah, 3 minutes. Okay, thank you. So we offer carnivals. We offer you carnivals. We offer you events. These are the things that you're going to enjoy in Lagos. When you come in, we have different events. Nobody parties like Lagos. So when you come into Lagos, and we have a calendar of events for Lagos, and when you come into Lagos, you're coming, every month there's an event going on.
And you know, when you come into Lagos, you don't need to bother about the food, because you don't need to pay for the food when you come in. They come with it, and you find that a lot of celebrities, a lot of government officials from different parts of the world visited Lagos. We have iconic places that we need you to see. We have the J House Center, the John Randall Center, which you need to see, to visit. This is our museum that captures the essence of Lagos. It talks about the history of Lagos, where we've been, where we are going, and what we are about. We have the beaches, like I said before. One of them is the Cocoa Beach that's on view for you. And it shows you the beauty of our sandy beaches. And when we're talking about Ilashe, thank you, we're talking about Ilashe, this is where the investment come in. So aside of the things you're going to enjoy, aside of the Nollywood as the film industry in Nigeria that is booming and second only to the Bollywood industry in terms of production, we also have a music academy that is coming up in Lagos State. So these are the points where you can come in and actually partner with us so I'm not following that again. Okay, so the tourist attraction sites are the J. Randall Center, like I said, the Yoruba Heritage Center. It talks about the culture of the people. It's a museum where we have everything from the past to the present. We have the Nike Art Gallery. This is a place that you must go. These are places where you must visit. We have different areas where we need you to actually visit, to see Lagos, to enjoy Lagos. And like all states that are bordered by water, that have actually had the misfortune of the slave route, we have our own preserved ourselves. We have the Badagry slave route that's actually been preserved for posterity to understand where we're coming from, and also to celebrate how far we have gone as a people. So at those places, at those iconic places, we're coming up with different bouquet of hotels and houses where you can actually come in as an investor to partner with Lagos State to build hotels around that places that has been designated as centers for people to come in and actually experience Lagos State. So we invite you in as investors. We say, come partner with us in Lagos. We're telling you Lagos is safe for you to come into. We're telling you Lagos is a place for entertainment. Lagos is a city that does not sleep. Lagos is a city where your investment will double. In every year, we have a 10% increase on the international visitors that come in. That's the tourists that come in. Every year we have a record. Last year we recorded 1.5 million visitors, tourists in Lagos alone. And we can assure you, if we follow the trajectory of other years, that 10%, there's going to be a 10% increase of that this year. And what has been saying? Lagosians are now moving out of their homes to create accommodation because they understand the importance of welcoming, of hosting visitors. And we've also hosted several international events in Lagos, like the E1, for example. We had it in Lagos last year, which also brought in a lot of visitors into Lagos. So Lagos is a place to be. Lagos is a place to come and rest. Lagos is, being a tropic state, it's all year summer. So that is it. We're inviting you to come away from the cold, come and have fun in Lagos, come and spend in Lagos, and come and invest in Lagos. Thank you very much.
Please, can we give? Thank you. So Lagos State is very famous for tourism, and I think the Dirty December conversation is one that keeps booming. Thank you, Lagos State, and the Navy is a solid partner in ensuring that it's safe for investments to thrive. Our next sponsorship interlude, we'll be watching a video from another of our sponsors, Zenith Bank. May I request I'll speak to your Zenny Bank, please. Okay, while we wait, I may just quickly give us a rundown of all the other activities that are lined up for the 6th Sea Power for African Symposium. When you're ready, you can just go ahead, and I'll just use this to quickly put in this announcement. Okay, so we would have a walk around of the exhibition booths for about 50 minutes after the tea break. So there's enough time to make new friends from all across the world, and enough time to also visit the stands to see what's on offer, particularly the ones that haven't been inducted by African navies and are proven to be force multipliers, like the Falcon Eye and the rest of the ones that we've incorporated into our operations. When we return, we'll listen to another round of sponsorship pitch. May I most respectfully crave the indulgence of all our exhibitors that for time, it may just be expedient that we stick to the allotted time so that we can get out of here on time. We have so many other things that have been lined up for much later today. There will be, immediately after the sponsorship pitch, we would have the presentation of the 2026 Sea Power for Africa Symposium Declaration of Intent, and hopefully we would have the exchange of flags from Nigeria to the next host, hopefully. That would be immediately after a declaration of intent. So I'm hoping that during the tea break that the heads of navies will have a very productive conversations around where we'll be packing our bags and heading off to in 2 years' time. Thereafter, it will be time to bring on the special guest of honor for today's event, Mr. Richard Filangwa, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Defense, to give his closing remarks. And then I would, for the last time, I'll bring on the Chief of the Naval Staff back on stage to give the souvenir to the special guest of honor. We'll have a vote of thanks, and then we would leave here to go back to the exhibition stands and we'll do a walk around. Okay, Israel.
Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
Thank you very much. So now we have come to the end of the third strategy session. We'll now be proceeding for the tea break. May I also just add that, again, the VIP room, which is the last room to the right, is for heads of navies, icons of the Nigerian Navy, heads of international organizations, would be for after tea break at the last room to the right. The rest of us would use the one just behind the exhibition booth. Once again, may I also ask that heads of navies should, if you have the time to go around the exhibition booths as requested by exhibitors. It's on this note that I most respectfully and humbly request the Chief of the Naval Staff, the Chief host for today's event, Vice Admiral Idi Abbas, Admiralty Medal, to lead the special guest of honor and indeed other eminent, distinguished invited guests, heads of navies, for the tea break, the Chief of the Naval Staff. We'll be reconvening by 13:25. By 13:25, we'll reconvene in the hall by 13:25. Please, by 13, our ushers, please, by 13:25, you invite our guests back into the hall.
Hi. שתיים, שלוש, ארבע, חמש. Falcon Eye was fully commissioned in 2021. By the end of 2021, the International Maritime Bureau, the IMB, recorded 0 piracy attacks in Nigerian waters, an outcome that amazed the international maritime community. Nigeria was removed from the piracy-prone area list. War risk insurance premiums dropped by 80%. Oil theft reduced. Production went up. Billions of dollars in losses prevented. Long-lasting deterrence achieved. Falcon Eye enabled the Nigerian Navy to be mission-oriented, compressing the detection to interception cycle from hours to minutes. The Nigerian Navy now has total domain awareness. Every Navy in this room is different. What worked for Nigeria is not a template to copy-paste to Mombasa, Abidjan, Yaoundé, or Rabat. Every nation is a special case and requires a tailored solution. But wherever salt waters meets the coastline, the principle is the same. The decisive variable is your speed, from sensor to shooter. When you have total domain awareness, your squadron acts like a flotilla. If you don't, then an armada behaves like a single ship. לא, תחזיר טיפה חזרה. When you have a total domain awareness, your squadron acts like a flotilla. If you don't, then an armada behaves like a single ship. That's the equation. Total domain awareness is the cornerstone of deterrence. Deterrence does not come from the number of ships you have. It comes from your opponents knowing they cannot operate in your water unchallenged. And let me be honest about where this is going. Maritime dominance will be defined by which navies adopt AI-powered intelligence and which navies do not. That is the line being drawn right now on every ocean in the world. The only question is whether you draw it or whether someone else draw it for you. Distinguished officers, the threats you face will not wait for the next procurement cycle. The technological disruption challenging every sovereign borders are already here. The African century is not given, it is built. African prosperity will start with secure coastline. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Nana yo nyogona Biama ya mani alai Ame bilo antisini lone Nana yo nyogona Biama ya mani alai Ame bilo antisini lone Ibi ele mongo dona Ona kile masabu nyuma Dunya beteli Tegele me mongo dona Ona kima sabu nyuma Dunya beteli Dabe yele la lomino Dabe kasi walonde la Dunya beteli
He now was no deceiver, few were inclined to believe her. Aladdin family now. But to Jamaica, we spend quality time. I be your defender, oh, when you bend down, oh, I am in jail. Calculate, try to calculate, you don't calculate money, you accumulate. And I promise to do better, I communicate. If you wanna spend some time, I don't go hesitate. Maka messy, show my jam messy, shopping that messy, let's make a family. I go be your defender. TB, I fit to give you 10 times. Oh, Maka messy, love it till eternity. If you dare down, we can make a family. I go be your defender. TB, I fit to give you 10 times. Oh, calculate, multi-calculate. Say this ain't no fit manipulate me. I know your efforts not go fit to change me. So I got to put feelings in order. Suffocate, don't mind me suffocate me. Say this I love you want to suffocate me. I'm all your efforts not go fit to change me. So I got to put feelings in order. I don't even like to the top, boy. You put me for one chance. No be magic, the feeling is constant. So I got to put feelings in order. And you don't even get any choice than to forget all the wrong things. So with you, I want to do all of the bad things. You can imagine. And I know you get the understanding. Maka music, show my jam music, show Linda music, let's make a family. I go be your defender. TB, I fit to give you 10 times. Oh, Maka music, love it till eternity. If we dare down, we can make a family. I go be your defender. TB, I fit to give you 10 times. Oh, calculate, multi-calculate. Say this I love no fit manipulate me. I know your efforts not go fit to change me. So I got to put feelings in order. Suffocate, don't mind to suffocate me. Say this I love you want to suffocate me. I'm all your efforts not go fit to change me. So I got to put feelings in order. Don't love me, seriously don't love me. Don't love me, don't love me, don't love me, don't love me. Please don't love me, don't love me, don't love me, don't love me, don't I've been this way for way too long. Now I think it's a habit or something. Now I think it's a habit or something. Kissing fire to see if it's burning. I live before my days, I know but so I don't want to tell you that I'm sorry. I don't want you to tell me you're sorry. Cause I'm heartless, I'm broken and rotten. And I see now they hate me again. Even though they hate me again. But they won't tell me again. Shawty said she won't move to no place. I paid for 2 years on a rent. 5-bedroom rooftop apartment. I wanna get in your pants. Don't love me, leave me. Don't love me, don't love me, don't love me, don't love me. Please don't love me, 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 don't love me. And there's no surprise. Save this Moscato every single time. Pour empty bottles but still full of pride. I still be acting a fool. check, check, check. Check, check, 1, 2, 1, 2. Check, check. Now this one you see. Is this
one, the crack. Check. Is it okay now? Is it okay? Check, 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 check. One. Check, one. Check, one. I don't touch the cable now. Check, one. I didn't hear this one now. Check. Oh yeah, make a position now. Wait. I want position now. Wait. You see the two of them have been. Alright, check.
Mic check.
Okay. The special guest of honor, sir, the chief host, chief of the naval staff, very senior officers, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. You're welcome back from the tea break, and we shall be continuing with events for the second leg of this symposium. We shall be going straight to the business of this hour, which will be sponsors interlude. And to begin, let me please crave your indulgence to turn your attention to the screen as we watch sponsors interlude from the Naval Holdings Limited.
The Naval Dockyard Limited, Lagos, Nigeria, the hub of naval engineering. Within Africa's largest city, Lagos lies one of the fastest growing, most sought after, self-reliant, 100% indigenous hub of innovative ship engineering. A strategic national asset providing solutions for the docking, maintenance, and construction of naval and merchant vessels in the West African region. This is the Naval Dockyard Limited, Nigeria. Within the dockyard also lies a graving dock, a twin dock, and an up-to-date naval architecture and design center, which conceptualizes the thoughts of clients and brings them to life. The yard, which also spearheads research and development for the Nigerian Navy, also serves as the lead military-industrial complex for Nigeria, strengthening maritime security, ocean governance, shipbuilding and marine construction, trade, shipping, as well as oil and gas exploration, transportation, and distribution. As a dependable strategic partner and provider of technical innovation and naval solutions, the Naval Dockyard Limited keeps gaining new grounds every day and has remained a one-stop shop for the refitting of fleets and the construction of vessels for navies and various economic sectors in Africa.
very much. Thank you very much for that sponsors interlude from Navy Holdings Limited. The next sponsors interlude to be taken is from Ocean Infinity. And at this point, I shall be inviting the rep of the company in the person of Mr. Rowe. But before he comes on stage, please permit me to respectfully request that we all take our seats and kindly fill up the seats in front of you. On that note, may I most respectfully invite Mr. Rob to make the presentation for Ocean's Infinity.
Thank you. Can you put the slides up, please? Thank you. But let me start by thanking the Special Guest of Honour and the Chief of the Naval Staff here in Nigeria for putting on such a fantastic conference. I find it perfectly very useful for me to understand what is optional for us in deploying our technology into this region. We're a less known entity. I bet most people in this room have not heard of us. But we are the largest owner-operator of marine robotics globally. We've invested in billions of dollars of our own assets, from big, lean crewed vessels, all the way down to medium-sized USVs, small USVs, and down into the subsurface as well. 70% of our business has been supporting oil and gas companies, historically. And we do this in a very unique way. We provide data as a service. If our technology does not work, if it is not robust, if it is not reliable, we do not get paid. We contract for outcomes, and we've brought that mentality to the defense sector. Please skip through the slides. I'm aware I haven't got as much time. So what do we want to do right now? We want to help as many people as we can. We're driven by an ambition to bring our technology across the globe. We've heard already that threats are persistent, and we are an operator. That is crucial. Many technology companies don't operate their own technology. We do, and we have done for 10 years. We have learned painful lessons on how to deploy this technology robustly to deliver outcomes. Next slide. We were took to Kuwait. We had an opportunity to work with the Coast Guard. They had a very specific requirement to deliver coastal USVs to provide surveillance and response 24/7, 365. We embraced that challenge and we delivered it in 6 months. Next slide. Outcomes is what we are about. 900 missions, 14,000 continuous hours of operation, and 40,000 plus nautical miles traveled. Outcomes, outcomes, outcomes. Next slide, please. This is showing you pictures paint 1,000 words. You must understand it's been very difficult operating in the Middle East in the last 6 months. My people are there, my technology is there, and we're providing this as a service to the Kuwait Coast Guard, providing daily surveillance and daily response to protect their territorial waters and their EEZ. So why am I here in Africa? My ambition is very, very straightforward. I want to become Africa's partner of choice for maritime robotics. There is a bridge to cross from having technology and converting that technology into reliable operational capability. We have done that, and we do it every day. And if we don't achieve that, we don't get paid. Our mission is to bring that knowledge, embed that in countries all across this continent, and support all of you in this room to deliver capability. Our C2 Infinity software stack drives everything we have, from 86-meter vessels down to subsurface AUVs. If you become part of our ecosystem, you benefit from that as it rolls out to all of our clients. Thank you very much for your time. I hope to see you soon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rob. The next sponsor's interlude to be taken is from Leonardo SPA. May I at this point respectfully invite the Sales Manager Africa Helicopter Division, Mr. Alessandro Locatelli, to make the presentation.
Chief of Naval Staff, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Alessandro Locatelli and I'm representing today Leonardo Helicopters. On behalf of Leonardo, I would like to express our sincere appreciation for the opportunity to be here today, and we are truly honored to be the partner with the Nigerian Navy for the past 25 years. It was a pleasure and source of pride to witness the excellent flying capabilities of our AW109 during the opening ceremony on Monday. For those of you who don't know us, can you skip through the presentation, please? The first slide. For those of you who don't know us, Leonardo is a leading aerospace, defense, and security company, delivering advanced and interconnected solutions that ensure safety for people, systems, and infrastructure. Our business activity covers 5 main areas that were supposed to be projected here, but I think I'm going to go with the flow. So helicopters, which I will discuss more in details later. Then we have defense and electronics, of who my colleague here is the representative for this region. They work with maritime and land equipment, radar technologies, and other integrated defense solutions. Other than that, we have aeronautics. You might be familiar with the M346, our trainer and military fighter jet. We have also cargo aircraft and other fixed platforms. Other than that, we have also our cybersecurity division and space division. Just to share a few numbers on Leonardo, Leonardo has more than 60,000, slide before please. Leonardo has more than 60,000 people around the world, and our production hub are Italy, United Kingdom, United States, and Poland. We are also present in around 130 countries around the world through our subsidiaries, network partners, and our local business provider. I'm going to skip through the presentation because we have limited time today. So we're going straight to the helicopter division that I'm representing here today. If you can skip through quickly, please, once more. Yeah, our range of helicopter covered the full spectrum of weight classes and mission capabilities. Our helicopters are very versatile. This is one of our pillars in our company. Versatility is key to accommodate all the possible missions. We have helicopters going from 3 tons all the way up to 3-engine helicopter as well. Our helicopters are mainly dual use, meaning that we have the civil version of them and the military version of them, all the way up to light attack and fully attack helicopters. The 2 helicopters that I wanted to bring to your attention today, which are driving a lot of interest around the world thanks to their capability, is please skip to the next one, is the AW109 Tracker Type B, which you might be familiar with, and here it's in its arm configuration. It's equipped with rocket launchers, machine gun pods, ballistic protection, surveillance camera, and other specialized equipment. The strength of this helicopter is that it combines agility, reliability, and flexibility in a very compact platform. After this one, please skip. Yeah, here is the AW169, which can also be equipped with all the military equipment needed. And this machine ensures a higher maximum takeoff weight, bigger cabin space to accommodate specific and more demanding mission. To this regard, I have a short video to show, and the helicopter that you're going to see is operated by the Brazilian police for surveillance and security mission. Please play the video. Technical issues. Well, while the video is being played, I think I can continue talking about our company. The main business and the revenue of our company is surely derived from defense and security business, although we have our civil side as well, and government contracts are, of course, the bulk of our revenue. Can we please play the video quickly? No, I guess.
Thank you very much, Mr. Locatelli. To wrap up this session of sponsors interlude, I shall now be inviting the representative of the Israeli shipyard in the person of Mr. Barry Hayun. May I please request that you stick to the allotted time of 3 minutes. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much for the opportunity to speak here today. My name is Barry and I represent Israel Shipyard. Across Africa today, maritime security is becoming increasingly complex. Naval forces are required to protect offshore infrastructure, monitor large maritime zones, respond to illegal activities at sea, and maintain continuous operational presence across very large areas. The challenges today is not only to respond faster, is to sustain maritime presence smarter and more effectively. At Israel Shipyard, we believe that operational experience combined with engineering excellence can translate into practical and sustainable maritime capability. Today, I would like to briefly share with you how we approach this challenge. Israel Shipyard was established in 1959 in Haifa and has developed over decades into leading maritime industrial group. Our activities is naval, shipbuilding, system integration, monetization, and long-term lifecycle support. Over the years, we have accumulated extensive operational and engineering experience throughout work with international customers across different maritime environments. Our philosophy is simple. Engineering must serve operational reality. Platform must only perform well technically, they must remain reliable, maintainable, and operationally effective over time. Our vessels, as a Shaldag, it combines high-speed interception capability, operational endurance, mission flexibility, and sustained operational availability. Most importantly, the platform was designed not only to performance, but long-term operational readiness and maintainability. Today, as we see it, the real challenge is sustainable operation capability over decades. This means that we believe in training, maintenance, spare and support, lifecycle programs, and operational adaptability. At Israel Shipyard, we view partnership as a long-term commitment, and we're here today to say we are here, we are committed, and we are ready to do business. Because effective maritime capability is built through continuous operational cooperation, support, and readiness. Ultimately, I would like to reinforce that true maritime strength is measured not only by technology, but the operational readiness and presence when it matters the most. Thank you so much for the opportunity and for your time.
Conversations around technologies are never ending. Because when we think that you have all that it takes, then there's a new kid on the block. So I appreciate our sponsors struggling to fit in everything they want to say in the allotted time. But I thank you for your understanding, knowing that we have so many activities lined up for this anniversary celebration, and it's important that we fit in everything as much as we can. So please join me as we applaud all our exhibitors and all the speakers that have come on here to say one or two things about their companies. Some of them were already enjoying across the spectrum of naval operations. Well, thank you for your contributions. Please a round of applause for all our exhibitors and sponsors. May I also add that a number of our delegates have met me, I mean, on a light note. Most times when you stand here and you speak for the conference, most people think you're the one that organized it. Everything is on you. Some people have asked me about tissue paper for toilets and all that. I get all sorts of. So one of the things I've been asked is about the pictures for this event. Very colorful. So I want to guarantee that there will be an upload link on the Nigerian Navy Anniversary.com website. So even when you go back to your country, you will still have an opportunity to be able to download all the pictures that have been taken, some that you're unaware of, so that, I mean, you don't have to worry about that. We have it covered. May I also add that the notes for this symposium delivered by our very esteemed guests. It is customary that at the end of symposiums like this, we will publish the whole material and we'll make sure it gets to you. The way we got your invitation letters to you, use that same medium and you'll get copies of these very brilliant and telling contributions so you can keep it in your archives and hopefully we'll see it shaping policies across Africa to ensure that the theme for this conference is indeed bettered in ensuring that we have enhanced maritime security in Africa. I'll break protocol to wish the Chief of Accounts and Budget, Nigeria. My father would tell me if I was to make friends with any one person, make friends with the money man. And today I want to celebrate the Chief of Accounts and Budget, Nigeria. Today is his birthday. Happy birthday, sir. I've been asked to wish you a happy birthday. I do not know if the communique is ready. Okay, the communique is ready. Without wasting any more time, it's my singular honor and privilege to bring on stage sorry, he used to be my directing staff, so I wanted to be sure that it was not up to any antics. It's my singular honor and privilege to bring on stage Captain UI Tukur to read. He's the head of the rapporteur team, correct? And he was coming to read the 2026 Sea Power for Africa Symposium communique. Captain UI Tukur, the floor is yours. The special guest of honor, sir, please permit me to stand on the already established protocol. I am Captain UI Tukur, the Chief Rapporteur for this symposium, and in the next few minutes, I will be reading the draft communique of the 6th Sea Power for Africa Symposium 2026. The 6th Sea Power for Africa Symposium was held from 2nd to 3rd June 2026 in Lagos, Nigeria. The Bernal Forum brought together naval leaders in Africa, policymakers, academics, and other maritime stakeholders from within and outside the African continent to discuss, coordinate, and strengthen cooperation on maritime security and sustainable ocean governance across Africa's maritime domain. Focusing on the symposium theme, leveraging technology for enhanced maritime security in Africa, 3 strategy sessions were held, each addressing pivotal themes in maritime security. The first session centered on innovative surveillance technologies to enhance maritime domain awareness. In the second session, the focus was on capacity building in emerging technologies for strengthening maritime security. Finally, the third session explored strategies for enhancing the adoption of emerging technologies in maritime
security. Eminent resource persons that handled the topics included 7 retired heads of navies and coast guards, and senior officers, industry professionals, academia, and other maritime stakeholders. Over 500 participants that attended the symposium exchanged thoughts, ideas, and perspectives on how to leverage technology to improve maritime governance in Africa. The first sub-team, Innovative Surveillance Technology for Improved Maritime Domain Awareness, explored the conceptual and practical frameworks required to render Africa's vast maritime spaces fully visible and legible. By leveraging advanced surveillance technologies, the sessions reframed maritime domain awareness as baseline intellectual infrastructure necessary to safeguard the continent's waters. Deliberations under the second sub-team, Capacity Building in Emerging Technologies for Improved Maritime Security, shifted the focus towards human agency and institutional adaptability. The discourse emphasized that the true maritime sovereignty relies on a forward-looking educational ethos. To this end, participants outlined strategies to integrate emerging disruptive technologies into the educational frameworks of regional naval academies, complemented by cross-border training exchanges with global partners. The final session, Strategies for Improved Emerging Technology Adoption in Maritime Security, addressed imperative of global equity and technology sovereignty. The dialogue emphasized that for Africa to fully realize its blue potential, it must transcend passive consumption and become an active adopter of cutting-edge maritime systems. Ensuring that the continent is not left behind in this, technological evolution is treated not merely as a strategic goal, but as a requirement for securing Africa's economic future and maritime independence. Now to the resolutions. Arising from the deliberations at the symposium, participants welcomed the continuous development of indigenous unmanned aerial systems capabilities and strategic transfer of technology to enhance the security of Africa's maritime domain. Recognized the critical role of public-private partnership in mobilizing capital and technical assets to address systemic maritime surveillance gaps across the continent. Urged a concerted drive towards regional technological self-reliance to mitigate overdependence on foreign suppliers and circumvent end-user restrictive limitations imposed by manufacturers. Emphasized the imperative of designing a unified, scalable architecture to facilitate the seamless integration of maritime surveillance assets with artificial intelligence. Acknowledged the strategic importance of engaging global collaborators and research partners to develop a continental framework integrating oceanographic and internal wave data services for enhanced maritime situational awareness. Encourage the operational integration of shipborne unmanned aerial vehicles on surface assets to significantly extend the organic surveillance and horizon capabilities on naval vessels. Reaffirmed the necessity for African navies to elevate tactical response capabilities, ensuring swift interdiction that complements the strategic insights derived from satellite imagery and other surveillance tools. Underscored the requirement to establish robust institutional frameworks that leverage disruptive emerging technologies to Africa's strategic advantage in securing its maritime spaces. Called upon all maritime stakeholders to enhance maritime domain awareness across African waters through revitalized regional collaboration, integrated surveillance initiative, satellite-based monitoring, and standardized data sharing mechanisms. Recommended the formulation of comprehensive doctrinal frameworks to govern the adoption, ethical deployment, and operational application of emerging technologies, thereby maximizing tactical benefits while mitigating associated asymmetric risks. Supported the establishment of a regional maritime technology and capacity building initiative under the leadership of the Nigerian Navy in close collaboration with the Maritime Organization of West and Central Africa and regional institutional stakeholders. Advocated the adoption of a proactive, intelligence-led preventive approach focused on disrupting maritime crimes and transnational syndicates on land before they manifest at sea. Resolved to explore progressive legislative and policy mechanisms that incentivize financial institutions to fund maritime research and deployment, thereby empowering African navies to leverage cutting-edge security technologies. Commended the idea for the establishment of regional centers of excellence dedicated to addressing Africa's distinct security vulnerabilities through the incubation of indigenous innovations and scalable homegrown technologies. We emphasized the enduring importance of sustained partnership and operational cooperation among African navies and extra-regional partners to co-create a comprehensive roadmap for technological development in maritime security governance. Advocated for the institutionalization of technology-focused education, training, and doctrine development programs that ensures the acquisition of skills required to operate, maintain, and exploit emerging technologies in the maritime domain. Recognized the importance of low-cost technology solutions in improving maritime surveillance capabilities in Africa's maritime domain. Encouraged harmonization of technology among African navies regionally to take advantage of areas of comparative strength. Received notification that the next Sea Power for Africa Syposium 2028 will be hosted by Algeria, subject to approval by host nation. Received further notification that Kenya would be the standby country for 2028 and would host by 2030 if Algeria hosts in 2028. Agreed that henceforth the CPA for Africa Symposium will be hosted in different regions of Africa. This brings me to the end of the reading of declarations for the CPA for Africa Symposium 2026. I will now hand over proceedings to the Master of Ceremonies. Thank you, sir.
I want to congratulate Algerian Navy for this very wonderful opportunity to host the whole of Africa. I think a lot of people are already packing their bags to go to Algeria in 2028. May I also congratulate my brothers in Kenya, Olino Asante Sana Karibu Tena, to say that we're also going to be glad to come join other navies of Africa to continue this conversation that would no doubt enhance maritime security in the whole of the continent. It's now time to listen to the remarks by our special guest of honor. Special guest of honor for today's event is the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Defense, Mr. Richard Filangwa. Please join me as I bring him on stage. So just hold it to us. Please, can we have the podium to the middle, please? Thank you. May I now most respectfully bring on stage the special guest of honor for today's event, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Defense, Mr. Richard Filangwa, to come forward and deliver the closing remarks. Special guest of honor, sir.
Early morning today, sometimes around 4:35 a.m., I was glossing over some maritime material, and I came across a quotation which reads thus: "The sea has never merely separated nations. It has connected civilizations, powered economies, and shaped the destiny of peoples. Whoever secures the sea secures prosperity, stability, and the future." You all agree with me that this is the crux of this very symposium we're having at the 70th anniversary of the Nigerian Navy. And I think one of the icons alluded to part of this statement when he stood up to engage. The Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Idi Abbas,
other heads of Navy here seated, our esteemed icon of the navies, heads of MDA here present, very senior officers, representative of companies and partners, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you. Please let me just note that I'm not the special guest of honor. I'm a representative of the special guest of honor, who is in the person of the Minister of State Defense, Dr. Matawali Bello. So I'm asked to represent him. My name is Richard Filangwa, the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Defense. And I read his closing remarks as those. It is profoundly honor and privilege to address this distinguished gathering at the close of the 2026 Sea Power for Africa Symposium and International Maritime Exhibition. Over the past few days, this symposium has much more than a conference. It has served as a strategic platform where ideas, experiences, technologies, and partnership converge to address some of the most pressing maritime security challenges facing our continent. We have brought together naval leaders, coast guards, commanders, maritime administrators, industry experts, technology innovators, policy makers, and development partners united by a common purpose: securing Africa's maritime domain for sustainable growth and prosperity. The theme of this year's symposium, Leveraging Technology for Enhanced Maritime Security in Africa, could not be more relevant. Today's maritime threats are increasingly sophisticated, transnational, and technology-driven. Criminal networks exploit digital platforms, piracy adapts to changing security measures, illegal fishing fleets operate across jurisdictions, while smugglers and traffickers continuously devise new methods to evade detection. Imagine a scenario where an unmanned vessel attempts to infiltrate a nation's territorial waters under the cover of darkness. With integrated maritime surveillance systems, artificial intelligence, satellite monitoring, and real-time data sharing among regional partners, such a threat can be detected, tracked, and neutralized before it poses any danger. Similarly, a fishing vessel engaged in illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing can be identified through advanced maritime domain awareness technologies, protecting both national resources and the livelihoods of coastal communities. These examples demonstrate that technology is no longer a luxury. It is an operational necessity. However, technology alone cannot secure our seas. It must be complemented by capable personnel, effective institutions, robust legal frameworks, and above all, sustained collaboration among African nations and international partners. I'm particularly encouraged by the robust discussions on emerging technologies, capacity development, information sharing, cybersecurity, and the policy frameworks required to support technological adoption. The insights generated here provide a practical roadmap for strengthening maritime governance and enhancing collective security across our continent. Permit me to reaffirm the unwavering commitment of the federal government of Nigeria to promoting regional and international cooperation in maritime security. Under the visionary leadership of His Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, Nigeria remains committed to supporting initiatives that enhance maritime safety, facilitate trade, protect marine resources, and strengthen collective responses to maritime threats. The outcomes of this symposium must not remain within conference halls. They must translate into concrete actions, stronger partnerships, enhanced capabilities, and measurable improvements in maritime security across Africa. As we celebrate the Nigerian Navy's 70th anniversary, I commend the Chief of Naval Staff for providing this important platform for strategic engagement and collaboration. I also extend my sincere appreciation to all participants, resource persons, exhibitors, partners, and distinguished guests for your valuable contributions and commitment to advancing maritime security in Africa. Before returning to your respective countries, I encourage you to enjoy the warmth, hospitality, and rich culture of Nigeria. On this note, and with great pleasure, I hereby declare the 2026 Sea Power for Africa Symposium and International Maritime Exhibition officially closed. Thank you for your attention. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. God bless Africa. And may our collective efforts continue to secure our seas for generations to come. Onward together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please may we give the representative of the special guest of honor another resounding round of applause, please. Before I go to the next item on our agenda this afternoon, permit me to just make a number of announcements. The special guest of honor had alluded to the warmth. Lagos is a very beautiful place to explore, and we have created a first-timers guide on the website nigeriannavyanniversary.com. One of the thumbnails or one of the links, you can click on it. We made sure it was not only for spas. So just in case one of your ships is around the Gulf of Guinea and looking for somewhere to rest for like 3 days, Lagos is a place to make the port call. I've also been inundated with a number of our guests that have lost maybe their phones, pickup, power banks, and all the rest of it. Please, peradventure you see anything lying around you and you do not know who owns them, please, our ushers, they're dressed in very lovely, colorful tops and black trousers. You can just give it to them, and we will make sure that any one of us that has lost any of their items will look for a central place we would announce so that you can pick it up at your convenience. It's now time for the Chief of the Naval Staff to hand over a memento to the representative of the special guest of honor. May I at this juncture most respectfully and once again, and I want to assure the Chief that this is the last time I will bring him back on stage. I think he has been able to, your work count for today, I'm sure you have completed it already. So we'll bring you just one more time to help us make this presentation to our amiable special guest of honor, the Chief of Naval Staff, Sir Vice Admiral Idi Abbas, most respectfully help us perform this function and hand over the memento to our special guest of honor, Chief of Naval Staff, sir. I now most respectfully and humbly re-invite our representative of the special guest of honor back on stage to receive the memento on behalf of the Honorable Minister of State for Defense, His Excellency Dr. Bello Muhammad Motawale, Supervising Minister for the Nigerian Navy. Opportunity before you turn to your seat. Thank you very much. May we give the Chief of the Naval Staff a resounding round of applause. Thank you so very much. You have always obliged us whenever we require you to make these presentations. And we, like would always, when next we call on you, you oblige us. I'll make a couple of announcements, then I'll bring on stage the chairman of the organizing committee to come forward and give the vote of thanks on behalf of the Nigerian Navy host for the 6th Sea for Africa Syposium. Tomorrow would have, we're gradually coming to the end of the activities lined up for the 70th anniversary celebrations of the Nigerian Navy. So tomorrow, grand finale, would have our ceremonial sunset at the Naval Dockyard Limited, Amadu Bello Way. That event is not open to everyone for obvious reasons. The dinner will be holding at this venue, and the logistics of moving everybody from the Naval Dockyard to this point for the dinner and awards night will mean that maybe by 10 o'clock that's when we'll start, owing to the traffic just from, across from Amadu Bello. So the heads of navies and a select number would be given access cards, and they will join us for the ceremonial sunset. Of course, principal staff officers and flag officers commanding icons of the Nigerian Navy, heads of international organizations here present, and our esteemed resource persons who will still be with us will join us for that part of the ceremonial sunset. We have buses to move us immediately to join the rest of us who I'll rather be here anyways, because you'll be fitted with lots of music and nice drink, pre-dinner drinks, while the rest of them will be out there. So I know I didn't make the cut for the drinks, but the rest of us will be having our pre-dinner drinks. And then when we have the rest of us join us, then we'll start the dinner proper. The dinner and award night is actually a very, very interesting this 2 years in planning. So much has been curated for a very, very lively and warm evening. So if you were here for the gala night, just know that was the tip of the iceberg. This is much more, it's a much more rewarding experience. So I would really encourage you to make our time to be with us tomorrow as we draw a curtain on the activities for this all-important celebration of the Nigerian Navy. Immediately after the chairman reads the vote of thanks, we would leave for our lunch break. Again, I want to thank all of us for how well we managed the tea break. We didn't have the kind of challenge that we had yesterday, and walking into the VIP room, I could see the heads of navies having their meeting in peace, and no one spilling drinks on them, trying to get their coffee while the meeting was going on. So that was very good. We would want you to return the favor during lunch Please, the launch for the rest of us is on the gallery just above this venue. And while the VIPs, heads of navies, icons of the Nigerian Navy, icons of Nigerian Navy, heads of international organization, esteemed guest speakers will please join the Chief of the Naval Staff and the special guest of honor for their own lunch. The rest of us will be here to have our lunch and thereafter proceed to the exhibition booths. As a matter of fact, for those of you that your t-shirt stock is very small, you should go walk through the exhibition booths. You should leave there with maybe like 3 t-shirts and maybe 2 face caps. So it's a very good incentive to go to the exhibition booth. I've also been directed to most respectfully request the heads of navies, some of our exhibitors want to meet with you, have photo opportunities, and also show you some of the things that they have. So if your schedule permits, we'll be we'll be delighted to have you walk around the exhibition booth. Members of the organizing committee are to wait behind for a group photograph. Please, immediately we leave this arena, members of the organizing committee will wait behind for a group photograph. And so on this note, that I most respectfully and humbly bring on stage the chairman of the organizing committee, my boss, Rear Admiral M.Y. Abba, to come and give a vote of thanks on behalf of the Nigerian Navy. The chairman, organizing committee, sir.
The special guest of honor, that is the representative of the Minister of Defense in person of the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Defense, Mr. Richard P. Langwa, the Chairman, House Committee on the Navy, members of the Diplomatic Corps, the Chief Host, that is the Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral E.D. Abbas, Admiralty Medal, heads of navies and coast guards from allied countries, icons of the Navy, principal staff officers from Defense and Services Headquarters here present, General Flag and Air Officers Commanding, commandants of tri-service institutions, commanders, commanding officers of military establishments here present, captains of industries and heads and friends of the Navy, officers and men of the Nigerian Navy, as well as friendly nations here present, distinguished invited guests, esteemed members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, I remain yours, Rear Admiral Mohsen Yahya Abba, the chairman of the main organizing committee of the Nigerian Navy at 70, as well as this Sea Power for Africa Symposium 2026. Distinguished guests, esteemed partners, ladies and gentlemen, as we gradually rounding off this year's Sea Power for Africa Symposium, I stand before you with a heart full of gratitude and a spirit lifted by the successes we have shared over these remarkable days. We begin by giving glory to the Almighty God, whose guiding will has steered every conversation, every insight, and every moment of fellowship. On behalf of the Chief of the Naval Staff and the entire Nigerian Navy family, I extend our profound appreciation to our special guest of honor, represented by the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Defense. Sir, your commitment to the progress of the Nigerian Navy and the Armed Forces of Nigeria continues to shine as a beacon, strengthening our resolve and illuminating our collective journey towards maritime security and national prosperity. Our heartfelt gratitude also goes to the Honorable Chairman, Senate Committee on the Navy, the Chairman, House Committee on the Navy, and the distinguished members of the National Assembly, whose presence has enriched this gathering with wisdom and purpose. We equally honor our revered icons of the Nigerian Navy and distinguished heads of navies, coast guards, and international organizations, members of the diplomatic corps, captains of industry, senior officers serving and retired. Your contributions have not only elevated the discourse, but have also reaffirmed the unifying purpose that binds us together. To our erudite resource persons who traveled from across continents to stand with us, we are profoundly grateful. Your voices have woven the tapestry of ideas, strengthening the intellectual and strategic foundation upon which this symposium thrived. We also greatly appreciate various vendors who displayed the latest cutting-edge maritime power, technology, and solutions to make our exhibition a grand one. A special acknowledgement to the host of sponsors whose generous support and goodwill made this event an outstanding one. To the media, thank you for carrying our messages beyond these walls, ensuring that the call for maritime cooperation and Africa, for maritime cooperation and African sea power resonates across nations. And to the members of the organizing committee and our international event planners, your dedication, precision, and quiet excellence ensured that everything went according to plan, God willing. You have been the unseen wind beneath the sails of this event. Finally, as we depart to our various destinations, may the Almighty grant us journey mercies and renewed strength and continue the noble work ahead of our nations, our waters, and our shared future on the planet Earth. Once again, I say thank you and onward together.
Please, may we give the chairman of the organizing committee. I mean, if you've enjoyed this 6th Sea Power for Africa Symposium, starting from the icebreaker event on Sunday through to the International Fleet Review, the gala night, and these 2 amazing days of interesting discourse around technology for enhancing maritime security, you would agree with me that the chairman of this organizing committee has done a fantastic job. May we give the committee a resounding round of applause, please. I'm also to add that there will be bilateral talks that's been scheduled. I know navies, heads of navies had different arrangements. Those have been scheduled, and we intend to keep the schedule as relates to bilateral talks. And the rooms remain the same. Again, we should move along with that very quickly. We have now come to the end of this very interesting 2-day event. May we be upstanding as we play the national anthem for the last time, signifying the end of this event, and then we proceed for lunch. May we be on our feet. Officers in uniform are to salute. Thank you. The Chief of the Naval Staff, the Chief Host for this event, Vice Admiral Idi Abbas Admiralty Medal, will now lead the representative of the Special Guest of Honor and indeed other heads of navies for lunch. Thank you very much. Thank you. And we hope to see you again in Algeria in 2028. Thank you. God bless you and all together. Members of the organizing committee, please, may want to come forward for the group photograph.